calm evening at Jetavana. What if the rest you have been searching for has been waiting quietly behind a gate at dusk? Tonight, before the world asks anything more of you, step softly into Jetavana Monastery, where the fading light rests on ancient trees and every breath seems to belong to peace. We follow the quiet presence of the Buddha, the gathered monks, and the weary human heart that arrives carrying restlessness, sorrow, and the wish to finally let go. In this gentle evening, the central question is simple and deeply human. How does a troubled mind become still enough to rest? It is not only the question of a monk or a seeker from long ago. It is the question that meets anyone who has laid down a tired body, only to find the mind still awake, still holding, still wandering through unfinished fears. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. The night you have been longing for begins here, not in some far-off dream, not after every problem is solved, not when life finally becomes simple, but at the very moment you cross into this place. The gate of Jetavana does not open with noise or display. It opens as evening itself opens, slowly, tenderly, as if the day were loosening its grip one breath at a time. Behind you, the world still carries its dust, its demands, its endless unfinished sentences. Ahead of you, the monastery receives the last light, with a silence so complete that even your thoughts seem to hesitate before entering. The earth beneath your feet has begun to cool. All day it held the warmth of the sun, and now it releases that heat in faint breaths that rise from the path and vanish into the descending blue of evening. The scent of soil lingers, clean and deep, touched by roots and fallen leaves, and the memory of rain from days before. Your steps soften without being told to. It feels almost natural here to walk more gently, to allow your body to remember a rhythm older than hurry. Ancient trees stand around the monastery grounds like wise and patient guardians. Their trunks are darkening in the dusk, and their wide branches hold the final threads of gold light high above the paths. Leaves rustle in low conversation, not restless, not urgent, but alive with the subtle movement of air. Somewhere above, one bird calls once and is answered from farther away. Then another settles into the shelter of foliage, and then another, until the whole canopy seems to be folding itself inward for the night. The sounds are small, but because the world here is quiet, each one arrives whole. A wing folding, a twig shifting, a soft stir in the underbrush. Nothing is trying to impress you, nothing is asking to be noticed, and because of that, everything becomes more vivid. Along the monastery paths, a few distant lamps have been lit. Their flames are modest, steady and warm, little islands of gold appearing one by one as daylight thins. They do not push back the night so much as welcome it. Their glow rests on worn stones, on low walls, on the edge of simple dwellings where monks will soon retire. It touches the trunks of trees and the hems of robes, moving quietly from one place to another. In that light, even ordinary things begin to look blessed by attention. The Sangha moves through the evening with a kind of quiet order that calms the heart before the heart understands why. A monk carries a bowl with both hands, his pace unhurried. Another sweeps a path already nearly clean, each stroke of the broom an offering to the fading day. A younger monk pauses at the doorway of a hut, bows gently, then disappears within. No one rushes, no one performs. There is no trace of the frantic effort that fills so much of ordinary life, where even rest can become another task to accomplish. Here, discipline does not feel severe, it feels kind. It feels like a form of protection, as if every simple act has been arranged to guard the mind from unnecessary disturbance. And somewhere among these trees, among these paths worn smooth by sandals and seasons, the Buddha is present. He is not introduced with thunder. There is no spectacle around him, yet the entire atmosphere seems to deepen in response to his presence. As a pond deepens when wind leaves its surface, he is seated where the evening can gather around him, without interruption. Perhaps beneath a tree, perhaps near the meeting hall, perhaps in that exact place where shade and lamplight meet. His robe falls in quiet folds. His posture is upright but easeful, a human body fully at home in stillness. Those who come near him do not pushed away by holiness, they feel invited by peace. His face is calm, but not distant. It carries the tenderness of one who has looked directly at suffering and has not turned away. Around him are the monks, some older, some young, all shaped in different ways by practice, by effort, by longing, by the ordinary struggle of being human. They gather not as perfect beings, but as those who know the value of sitting close to wisdom when the light grows dim. Some have spent years training the mind. Some still wrestle with desire, with memory, with doubt. Even here, beneath the trees of Jetavana, the path is not made of instant transformation. It is made of returning and returning again. And then there is you, though perhaps no one sees you clearly yet. Or perhaps it is better to say, there is the one who arrives tonight, carrying what so many hearts carry in secret. You come burdened by fatigue that sleep alone has not healed. Your body may be tired down to the bone, yet inside, something continues to lean forward, to brace itself, as if danger might still arrive at any moment. There are worries that have followed you across many evenings. Things unsaid, responsibilities unfinished, losses that remain alive in the chest long after the world has moved on. There are memories that return with sharp edges when the room grows quiet, and fears that grow louder precisely when nothing is happening. You know the strange ache of wanting rest and being unable to receive it. Perhaps you have known nights when the body begged for surrender, while the mind kept watch like a frightened guard. Nights when the bed felt soft, but the heart felt hard. Nights when every small regret returned asking to be relived, and every uncertain tomorrow arrived early, demanding preparation. You close your eyes, yet inwardly continue sorting, planning, defending, regretting. You promise yourself to stop thinking, and that promise itself becomes another tension. The more you try to force sleep, the farther sleep seems to move away, until even rest begins to feel like one more thing you have failed to do. This is the sorrow at the center of so many human evenings. Not that the body does not know how to rest, but that the mind does not know how to release its grip. It clings to fear because fear pretends to protect. It clings to memory because memory confuses pain with identity. It clings to effort because effort has carried us through so much, and we forget that what helps us survive the day may not help us enter the night. The mind says, just a little longer, just one more thought, just one more review of what happened, just one more attempt to control what cannot be controlled. Meanwhile, the body waits, faithful and exhausted, asking only to be allowed to sink. Jetavana does not deny this struggle. It does not shame it. The monastery at dusk seems to understand it with a compassion too deep for words. The cooling paths, the rustling leaves, the lamps kindled in the deepening blue, the measured movements of the Sangha, the still figure of the Buddha among them all. Everything here says the same quiet thing. You do not have to wrestle your way into peace. You may be led there. You may be accompanied there. You may be taught, gently, how to loosen what you have been clutching for too long. The evening air grows softer as daylight recedes. Shadows lengthen across the monastery grounds and then merge until the spaces between trees become pools of blue-grey stillness. The first stars are not yet visible, but the sky has already begun its turning. A breeze passes over the earth and brings with it the faint smell of bark, lamp smoke, and distant water. Somewhere a robe brushes against dry grass. Somewhere a wooden door closes with a sound so light it barely disturbs the air. The day is not ending all at once. It is setting down its burdens in stages, teaching by example. You feel, perhaps for the first time in a long while, that there might be another way to meet the night, not by conquering the mind, not by demanding silence from it, not by condemning yourself for being anxious, tired, or sad, but by entering a deeper kind of company, by sitting where wisdom has sat, by letting your breathing fall into step with a place that does not rush, by allowing the nervous heart to discover that safety is not always created through vigilance. Sometimes it is received through presence. The monks know this in their own gradual ways. They are not strangers to inner weather. Some came to this life after grief, some after disillusionment, some after seeing how endlessly desire can agitate the mind. Their discipline is not the denial of human pain. It is the patient training of attention, the slow learning of how not to feed every fear, how not to chase every thought, how not to build a home inside sorrow each time it passes through. As they gather in the evening, there is a hidden kindness in the order of their lives. Bowing sitting, listening walk, breathing, each act says to the mind, you may become simpler now. And the Buddha, in the midst of them, embodies what the weary heart hardly dares to believe. That peace is possible even for a mind once troubled. That stillness is not emptiness but relief. That letting go is not loss, but a return to what was never wounded beneath the noise. He does not promise a magical escape from being human. He offers something more tender and more real, a path by which the knots of fear can loosen, by which memory can soften its hold, by which striving can rest long enough for wisdom to appear. So this evening at Jetavana begins not merely as a scene to admire, but as a threshold. You have come carrying tension. You have come with old ache, old effort, old habits of bracing against the dark. Yet already the monastery is teaching in silence. The gate was crossed, the pace slowed, the senses opened, the body remembered the coolness of earth, the sound of leaves, the comfort of small lights in gathering dusk. The heart, though still burdened, has begun to suspect that it does not need to solve itself before it can be soothed. Soon the outer beauty of this place will lead inward. The fading sky, the ordered calm of the Sangha, the nearness of the Buddha, the hush settling over birds and branches and stone. These are not only surroundings, they are invitations. They prepare the mind to look gently at itself. They make it possible to notice what has been carried unnoticed for too long. The pressure in the chest, the clinging in thought, the old sorrow hidden beneath busyness, the fatigue beneath all the effort to hold everything together. As the last light thins over the monastery paths, attention turns from the outer beauty of Jetavana to the inner weather each visitor has brought with them. Now that the eyes have adjusted to evening, other things begin to appear. Not only trees and lanterns and quiet paths, but the invisible weight people bring with them when the day is done. In the softened air of Jetavana, it becomes easier to sense what is usually hidden beneath habit and movement. The body may have arrived at the monastery gates, but the mind has come carrying much more than sandals dusted by the road. Every evening gathers human weariness in its own way. Some come tired from labor, their shoulders sore, their hands marked by effort, their breath finally slowing after hours of giving themselves to work. But there is another kind of tiredness, one that does not show itself so plainly. It follows people who have spoken all day and still feel misunderstood. It follows those who have smiled at others while quietly swallowing disappointment. It follows those who have achieved what they meant to do, and yet cannot escape the strange ache that remains after accomplishment, as if something unnamed still waits to be fulfilled. At the end of the day, many do not simply seek a place to sit. They seek relief from the strain of being someone in the world. They seek a pause from answering, deciding, remembering, defending, hoping, comparing. They seek a corner of life where they do not have to explain why they are tired. And perhaps this is why the evening feels so tender. It does not ask anyone to be impressive. It does not require clarity before comfort. It simply receives what has come. You may know this feeling well. The hour grows late, and instead of becoming lighter, the mind becomes crowded. What was ignored in daylight steps forward in the dark. An unfinished conversation returns with painful precision. A face appears in memory. A sentence you wish you had said, or one you wish you had never spoken, repeats itself with quiet persistence. Beneath the stillness of the room, old emotions begin moving again, as if they had only been waiting for silence to reveal themselves. There are people who carry regret into the night like a concealed stone. No one sees it from the outside. They continue through their tasks, answer politely, fulfill obligations, appear steady enough. Yet, when evening comes and activity loosens its grip, the hidden weight can no longer be ignored. Regret has a way of speaking softly but continuously. It reminds a person of chances not taken, kindness withheld, anger that caused harm, moments of cowardice, moments of carelessness, moments when the heart knew better and still turned away. It can make the bed feel less like a place of rest, and more like a chamber where old judgments gather. Others carry grief, though they may not call it by that name. Grief is not only for the dead, it is also for the life one imagined and did not receive. It is for relationships that changed shape and never returned. It is for youth gone quietly, for health no longer dependable, for parents aging, for children growing beyond reach, for the part of oneself that was once hopeful and now feels harder to find. Some grief is sharp and newly broken. Some has lived in the body for so long that it has become almost indistinguishable from personality. A person may say, "I am just tired," without seeing that sorrow has been asking for recognition for many years. And then there is longing, that subtle and restless ache that slips into evening, even on days that seemed successful. Longing is difficult because it does not always attach itself to one clear object. Sometimes it appears as desire for love, or safety, or praise, or certainty. Sometimes it feels like wanting to go home without knowing where home truly is. A person may think they want one thing, then another, while underneath all the changes is the same movement of the heart reaching outward, hoping at last to find what will quiet its hunger. By day, this longing disguises itself as ambition, planning, effort. By night, when there is less to distract it, it reveals its deeper loneliness. And there is another kind of heart that arrives here tonight. One that has almost forgotten it is allowed to be tired. It belongs to the person who has spent years being the steady one for everyone else. They have answered the late-night calls of others. They have held the hands of the frightened and the grieving. They have said, "It is fine, do not worry about me," so many times that the words have started to feel true even when they are not. This person has learned to read the needs of a room before their own name is spoken, to notice a falling face across a table, to soften a silence before it turns to hurt. It is a kind of quiet devotion, and there is real goodness in it. But devotion without rest slowly hollows a person out, the way a well gives water faithfully until, one season, it gives less, and no one thinks to ask why. At night, when there is finally no one left to tend to, this heart often does not know what to do with itself. It reaches for a task that is not there. It searches for someone to check on, some duty left undone, some worry it has forgotten to carry. Only slowly does it learn that stillness is not neglect, that setting itself down for a few hours does not mean the world will fall apart, that it, too, is one of the tired ones who deserves to be received by the evening rather than useful to it. This is why sleeplessness is often more than simple wakefulness. It is not only the failure of the body to fall asleep. It is the continuation of a struggle that began long before the pillow was touched. The mind remains on guard. It keeps watch over what might be lost, what must be protected, what should have gone differently, what tomorrow must somehow repair. Even in exhaustion, it does not trust itself to let go. It fears that if vigilance loosens, something important will be missed. Some pain will break through uncontained. Some inner structure, carefully maintained all day, will begin to crumble. So many people lie awake, not because they are empty, but because they are overfull of thought, overfull of memory, overfull of unfinished feeling. The day places one layer upon another until the inner world becomes crowded like a room, with no clear floor left to stand on. There are duties that have not ended, fears that have not settled, desires that have not been satisfied, identities that have not been safely confirmed. The body asks for rest, but the mind is still bargaining with life. Perhaps you have felt this yourself. The room is dim. The night is quiet enough that even the smallest movement seems loud, yet inside there is motion everywhere. One thought leans into another. A simple concern becomes a chain of imagined outcomes. The heart rehearses conversations with people who are not present. It tries to predict tomorrow. It attempts to rewrite yesterday. It searches for the perfect understanding that would finally dissolve discomfort. But the more urgently it searches, the less peace it finds. There is a peculiar loneliness in this effort. During the day, many can hide within busyness. They become workers, parents, friends, caretakers, decision-makers, responders to need. Their roles surround them like clothing. But evening removes some of those coverings. A person comes closer to what remains when the tasks are done. And what remains is not always simple peace. Sometimes what remains is uncertainty. Sometimes it is the old fear of not being enough. Sometimes it is the ache of having spent years trying to deserve rest rather than receive it. How gentle, then, it is to imagine that this weariness is not yours alone. All around the monastery, as darkness deepens among the trees, there are many hearts carrying their own invisible burdens. One person remembers someone they have lost, another worries over a child, another fears illness, another is ashamed of anger they could not control, another still aches from a love that was not returned, another is exhausted by striving and cannot even name what they have been striving for. From a distance, they may seem quiet and composed, but inwardly, each one is listening to the echo of their own life. And none of this is strange, none of it is a failure. The human mind reaches, avoids, protects, fears. It clings to what it loves and recoils from what it cannot bear. It builds small shelters of opinion, routine, control, and self-image, trying to make the uncertain world feel manageable. When these shelters shake, even slightly, unease rises. A restless night may simply be the sound of those inner walls being tested. It may be the sound of craving asking for satisfaction, fear asking for guarantees, pride asking not to be wounded, sorrow asking not to be forgotten. How often people blame themselves for this. They call themselves weak because they cannot relax. They call themselves foolish because old memories still hurt. They become impatient with the heart for taking so long to settle. They imagine that a calmer person would be done with all this by now. But tenderness begins exactly where such judgment softens. The mind that cannot sleep is not an enemy. It is often a tired guardian that has been working too hard for too long. It has been scanning for danger, preserving identity, replaying hurt, trying to save the self from future pain. Its methods may exhaust us, but its deepest impulse is usually some confused form of protection. This does not mean every thought must be believed. It does not mean every fear is wise. But it helps to see that inner noise is rarely born from cruelty alone. More often, it rises from vulnerability. Beneath the endless planning, beneath the irritation, beneath the replaying and grasping, there is usually something more tender, a wish to be safe, a wish to be loved, a wish not to lose what matters, a wish not to disappear into meaninglessness. If these wishes have become tangled, if they have become frantic, that only makes them more deserving of compassion, not less. In the atmosphere of Jetavana, this truth seems easier to bear. The grove does not accuse. The evening does not expose anyone with harsh light. Here, human burden is held within a wider stillness, as if the earth itself has room for every troubled thought. The quiet paths do not divide the worthy from the unworthy. The trees do not lean away from the anxious. The fading sky does not withhold its softness, from those who have failed, doubted, envied, desired, or despaired. Everything in this place suggests that weariness can be met without shame. Imagine how rare that is, to be in a place where your mind does not need to pretend, to feel that your unrest need not be hidden before it can be comforted, to sense that all the inward noise, all the striving, all the grief and clinging and fear can simply be included in the great field of evening without being condemned. Even before any teaching is spoken, this is already a kind of medicine. The heart begins to loosen when it no longer has to defend itself against judgment. And if one listens carefully, there is another comfort here. Not the comfort of being told that every desire will be fulfilled or every pain erased. Something quieter than that. The comfort of recognizing that restlessness has causes, that suffering is not random punishment, that the knots within the mind are not proof of personal defect, but part of a human pattern. To suffer in this way is deeply personal, and yet never solely personal. Others have known this pressure. Others have lain awake beneath the same moon, wrestling with memory and hope. Others have discovered that the mind can be both tormented and deeply innocent in its search for peace. So, the listener is not standing apart from humanity in some private failure. You are one among many who have come to evening, worn by visible and invisible effort. One among many who seek shelter not only from the labor of the day, but from the ceaseless labor of self-making. One among many who long, perhaps secretly, to stop holding everything together for a little while, to stop guarding every wound, to stop negotiating with every fear, to stop reaching so desperately toward the next answer, the next improvement, the next assurance that everything will finally be all right. Here, in the deepening calm of Jetavana, that longing itself is treated gently. No one says you should have mastered your mind by now. No one insists that spiritual peace belongs only to those who have already become serene. The weary, the grieving, the ashamed, the overthinking, the tender-hearted, the disappointed, the fearful, the ones who cannot sleep because their inner life will not grow quiet. All of them belong beneath this evening sky. All of them may sit in the same air, hear the same leaves stirring, feel the same cooling earth beneath them, and begin to understand that being troubled does not place them outside compassion. A hush settles more fully now. The burdens have not vanished, but they are no longer being carried alone in darkness. They are being seen within a compassionate stillness that neither clings nor turns away. And with that quiet understanding surrounding every tired heart, attention can begin to move toward the serene presence at the center of the grove. There, beneath the softening light, he can be seen at last, not elevated in any way that would make him seem unreachable, and not arranged in solemn distance, but seated simply among the evening trees, as natural to the grove as the trunks, the roots, the patient earth. The last gold of day rests across the leaves above him and falls in quiet patterns over the ground. Shadows lengthen gently. The air has cooled enough for the skin to notice. And in the middle of all this ordinary beauty, the Buddha sits with a stillness that does not appear forced, a composure that does not need to announce itself. His presence does not harden the silence. It softens it. There is nothing severe in the way he sits. Nothing that warns the troubled heart to hide itself. Nothing that says pain must first be cleaned up, organized, or explained before it may come near. He is not distant in the manner of someone who has escaped the world and forgotten those still entangled in it. He is here, fully here. The kind of here that can be felt before it is understood, attentive without strain, peaceful without withdrawing, open without becoming unguarded. He does not lean toward anyone with neediness, and he does not lean away from anyone with aversion. His calm has no edge to it. It is possible to imagine that peace must always look unusual, almost unreal, as though true serenity belongs only to legends, to paintings, to lives unlike our own. But this peace is not made of enchantment. It is not a spell cast over tired minds. It is not a sweetness painted over sorrow. It is something quieter and more trustworthy than that. The ease around him comes from what is no longer being tightened. No grasping reaches outward from his mind, trying to seize what's not change. No resistance presses against what is already here. No hidden fear trembles beneath the surface, preparing itself against loss, insult, memory, or tomorrow. To be near such a mind is to discover, even without words, how much unrest is made from continual holding. Most people do not notice the labor of holding until they are in the company of someone who has set it down. Then, by contrast, the strain becomes clear. The jaw that has been quietly clenched, the chest that has been bracing against unnamed trouble, the thoughts that keep lifting and circling and returning, not because they are useful, but because they are afraid to stop. In his presence, these movements become visible, not in a harsh or exposing way, but in the same gentle way that evening light reveals the shape of a branch, the curve of a stone, the dust on a path. Nothing is accused. Nothing is condemned, yet everything unnecessary begins to show itself. The monks seated nearby feel it first in the body. Shoulders settle. Backs that had been upright through effort become upright through ease. Hands, resting one within the other, no longer seem to be arranged by instruction alone, but by a natural willingness to be still. Some had come from walking meditation, some from duties completed before dusk, some from inner weather not visible to others. One has been wrestling all afternoon with a memory that would not release him. Another has felt dull and heavy, ashamed that his mind seemed less clear than yesterday. Another has been trying too hard to be composed, and in trying has only become more agitated. Yet now, seated within the same field of quiet attention, they begin to loosen. No command is given. The settling happens because the human heart recognizes safety more quickly than the thinking mind does. Not safety in the sense that life will never wound again. Not safety as a promise that loss cannot enter, but safety from being measured, pushed, used, or misread. Safety from having to perform wisdom. Safety from having to look serene while unrest still moves within. They draw near to one whose mind does not feed on comparison, and so comparison begins to lose its force. They sit before one who is not trying to become someone, and so for a little while, they do not have to become someone either. Lay visitors at the edge of the grove feel it too, though many of them would not know how to name it. They have come carrying the ordinary burdens of human life. Concern for children, for aging parents, for uncertain harvests, for marriages under strain, for words said in impatience and regretted later in the dark. Some have brought devotion, some have brought curiosity, some have brought desperation wrapped in politeness. One woman has spent the whole day enduring a sorrow she could not describe aloud. An old man has come because grief has made his home unbearable after sunset. A young father, though outwardly calm, has not slept well for many nights. They sit or stand in respectful quiet, and perhaps at first they only notice the scene itself. The monks arranged in stillness, the changing light, the fragrance of earth and leaves, the fading calls of birds returning to their hidden places. But gradually, what they feel is not merely the beauty of evening. It is the rare relief of not being inwardly pressed upon. The Buddha's attention does not seize anyone. It does not pry. It does not look through a person as if searching for faults to correct. And yet somehow, under that calm awareness, pretense becomes unnecessary. There is no reward here for appearing pure, clever, disciplined, or spiritually advanced. There is no special closeness purchased by saying the right thing. No one is asked to arrange their face into peacefulness. No one is asked to deny their confusion. The grove itself seems to understand this and to cooperate with it. The trees stand quietly. The evening does not hurry. Even the dimming light appears to bless each figure equally, falling across the devoted and uncertain, the calm and troubled, the monk and visitor, the confident and ashamed. This is one of the tender miracles of a mind without grasping. It leaves room for others to be, and in being allowed to be, something within them begins to rest. So often, the world teaches the nervous system to tighten, to anticipate judgment, to defend itself before any accusation has been made, to construct explanations in advance, to monitor expression, tone, posture, words, to seek signs of approval, and to fear signs of rejection. These habits become so constant that many people mistake them for their personality. They believe this low, unceasing effort is simply what it means to be alive. Yet here, in the nearness of someone who neither clings nor resists, another possibility becomes faintly imaginable. One can exist without constant self-protection. One can be seen without being reduced. One can be present without having to prove anything. The Buddha sits beneath the evening trees, and there is warmth in that stillness. Not sentimentality, not indulgence, but warmth in the deepest sense. A boundless non-hostility, a refusal to turn anyone into an object of irritation or desire. A heart so fully released from enmity that those who come near can feel their own inner hardness begin to soften. He is attentive in the way clear water is reflective. Nothing is added to distort what appears within it. Nothing is subtracted in fear of what may be seen. To be held in such attention, even briefly, is to encounter a form of kindness more restful than praise. Praise often excites the mind. It can stir hope, self-consciousness, even fear of losing favor. But to be met without judgment is different. It asks nothing and threatens nothing. It does not inflate identity, nor does it wound it. It simply allows what is here to be here, under the light of understanding. For many, this is the beginning of true rest. Not because every problem has been solved, but because the ancient burden of hiding begins to loosen. Perhaps this is something you can feel too, even now, from where you are. Perhaps there is some tired place in you that has long believed it must stay alert in order to remain safe. Some inward room where old embarrassment still lives. Some thought you do not like to revisit. Some ache you keep trying to improve before you let it be seen, even by yourself. If so, imagine what it is to sit at the edge of this gathering and discover that nothing in you needs to be edited before it enters the field of compassion. Imagine being regarded by a presence that does not recoil from fear, does not become impatient with sadness, does not demand that rest be earned. This too is part of the peace around him. It is not passive. It is not numbness. It is the peace that arises when the struggle to possess, resist, and defend has come to an end. That is why others can settle near him, not because he removes their humanity, but because he is no longer at war with his own. The body of another human being can sense this before the intellect has finished forming its questions. Breathing slows by a small degree. The eyes stop searching. The muscles around the mouth release. The need to prepare the next sentence fades. Even sorrow, though still sorrow, becomes less sharp when it no longer feels alone. Some among the monks glance toward him and then let their eyes lower again, not out of fear, but out of reverence mixed with ease. They have watched many people come carrying invisible storms and leave with a little more space around the heart. They know that the transformation is not theatrical. It is often subtle, almost humble. A person arrives contracted and leaves slightly less so, arrives tangled and leaves with one knot loosened, arrives ashamed and leaves having glimpsed, perhaps for the first time in many months, that awareness itself can be gentle. The lay visitors may not understand the teachings in full. They may not know all the words that later generations will preserve and repeat. But the body understands quiet sincerity. The heart understands when it is not being manipulated. The weary understand the rare mercy of an atmosphere in which they do not have to guard every tender place. So they remain. They breathe. They listen to the leaves moving overhead. They feel the earth beneath them, continue to hold their weight without complaint. And little by little, They settle not because they have mastered themselves, but because they have come near one who has mastered the fires of greed, aversion, and delusion within his own mind. That mastery does not glare. It does not dominate the grove. It blesses it by its very absence of force. The evening deepens. Gold gives way to amber, amber to grey-blue. The outlines of the branches become softer against the sky. Somewhere beyond the grove, the world continues in all its unfinishedness. There are still debts to repay, sicknesses to endure, misunderstandings to mend, departures to grieve. Nothing in this scene pretends otherwise. Yet here, at the center of the gathering, is a living assurance that freedom from inner struggle is possible. Not freedom from caring, but freedom from clinging. Not freedom from life, but freedom within life. And because that freedom is embodied before them, it becomes easier for others to believe that calm is not a fantasy reserved for another world. It can begin in nearness. It can begin in trust. It can begin in the simple, healing experience of being seen and not judged. As that realization settles across the grove like the last light settling over the roots of the trees, minds that were once scattered grow a little steadier. Hearts that were armored grow a little more willing to soften. And once the mind senses such steady presence, it becomes possible to notice the breath and body without trying to force them into calm. And so, without demanding anything at all, the evening offers the next small kindness. It invites awareness to become simpler, not sharper in the hard, effortful way that strains toward control, but softer, like a hand opening after carrying too much for too long. The body is still here beneath you. The breath is already moving. The earth is already holding what you have not been able to hold by yourself. You may begin by noticing that you do not have to invent calm. You do not have to manufacture peace from thought. You do not have to push the mind into silence. In this quiet grove, where the day is slowly releasing its brightness, and the monastery is settling into the gentler rhythm of evening, you are allowed to begin with what is already true. There is an inhalation, there is an exhalation, there is the faint coolness gathering in the air, there is the quiet support of the ground, meeting the weight of the body without complaint. Let your attention rest there for a moment, as naturally as a leaf comes to rest on still water. Feel the simple fact of being seated, or lying or leaning, exactly as you are. The body may still carry traces of the day. There may be tension in the jaw, behind the eyes, in the shoulders, in the chest, in the belly that learned to brace before it learned to soften. Nothing has to be hidden. Nothing has to be corrected at once. Evening does not argue with what the day has left behind. It only receives it, and gradually, quietly, changes its temperature. Perhaps you can notice where the body touches what supports it, the pressure beneath the hips, the length of the back, the heaviness in the legs, the hands resting where they have landed, no longer needing to grasp, the throat with nothing urgent to say, the face with no role to perform. Under all the stories the mind has been carrying, there is this very humble truth. The body is here, and it can be felt from within. As the light continues to fall through the grove at Jetavana, the world itself seems to breathe more slowly. The branches are darker now against the sky. The birds that called across the late afternoon have begun to quiet, one by one, as though each sound knows when to bow out and let stillness speak. Farther off, perhaps a robe stirs softly as someone moves with care. A footstep fades. A bowl is set down. Then, even these gentle signs of activity begin to thin, and what remains is not emptiness in the cold sense, but a spaciousness kind enough to hold all things without pressure. Let your own rhythm be taught by that spaciousness. There is nothing to chase. The breath does not need to be deep in any dramatic way. It does not need to be impressive, pure, or especially calm. It only needs to be noticed. The inhale comes, the exhale goes. If it is uneven, know it as uneven. If it begins to lengthen on its own as the body feels safer, let it lengthen. If it hesitates, let it hesitate. This is not a performance. This is companionship with what is alive in you. You might feel the breath first at the nostrils, a small thread of coolness entering, slightly warmer air leaving, or perhaps you feel it in the chest, a mild rising and falling, like the last movement of light over a field before night fully arrives. Or perhaps it is more apparent in the belly, where the body, if trusted, remembers an older and wiser way of breathing. There is no wrong doorway. Wherever the breath is easiest to know, let that be enough. Simplicity has its own dignity, and with each exhale, something in the body may begin to understand that it no longer has to stand guard in the same way. The shoulders do not have to hold the sky up. The brow does not have to tighten around unfinished thoughts. The tongue can loosen from the roof of the mouth. The hands can soften their quiet effort. Even the muscles around the heart, those hidden places that contract around disappointment, fear, and longing, may start to ease by a degree so small you almost miss it. That is all right. The body trusts in increments. The monastery, too, is loosening from the long posture of day. What was outward facing now turns inward. What was active becomes receptive. The paths cool. The stones release the heat they gathered under the sun. The trees stand as they have stood through countless evenings, not resisting the dimming, not pleading with the light to stay, simply entering the next hour with complete honesty. There is a lesson in that, and it asks nothing complicated of you. Just this: let this moment be this moment, let the body be a body, let evening be evening. Breathing in, there is knowing. Breathing out, there is knowing, not analysis, not improvement, just the gentle recognition of experience as it unfolds. This is one of the quiet mercies of Buddhist simplicity. The path does not always begin in grand insight. Often it begins here, in the most ordinary intimacy, where awareness stops trying to conquer life and learns instead to meet it. One breath known from within can be more healing than many thoughts about peace. If the mind wanders, let it wander and return. It may drift toward memories, conversations, plans, old discomforts, little rehearsals of tomorrow. That is simply what minds do when they have been asked to carry too much for too long. There is no need to be harsh. Each return can be as gentle as dusk arriving at the edge of the trees. You notice that attention has gone elsewhere, and then, without scolding, you feel again the next breath entering. You feel the next breath leaving. That is enough. Each returning is already a form of rest. Notice too the air against the skin. Evening has its own touch. What was warm now cools softly, patiently. It brushes the forehead, the cheeks, the wrists. It moves through cloth and across the neck with a tenderness that asks for nothing in exchange. The body, so often driven by urgency, begins to receive instead of manage, to receive the air, to receive the support beneath it, to receive the fading sounds, to receive the darkening sky. There is such relief in no longer having to be the one who does everything. Above the grove, the blue of the late day is deepening into richer shades. The edges of things blur and soften. What was distinct becomes quiet. Forms remain, but they ask for less attention. In that softening world, the heart may also loosen its insistence on holding everything so tightly. You do not need to solve every sorrow tonight. You do not need to untangle every fear before rest is allowed. The evening is not asking you for completion. It is offering permission to unclench. Unclench the forehead a little. Unclench the jaw, unclench the throat, unclench the chest, unclench the belly. Unclench even the hidden inward fist that says, I must be ready, I must not fall behind, I must not let go. For this one quiet span of time, you may let the earth be strong for you. Feel again the weight of the body. Weight is not a problem here. It is a sign that you are no longer trying to float above your own life. The hips can sink, the legs can be heavy, the spine, whether upright or reclined, can be less rigid, less self-protective. The eyelids may grow softer, as if they too are listening. Every part of you that has been leaning forward into what comes next is invited to lean back into what already holds you. In the monastery, this settling is not seen as failure or idleness. It is understood as wisdom. To stop striving, even briefly, is not to abandon the path. It is often how the path becomes visible. When the surface of water is agitated, it cannot reflect the moon clearly. When it is left undisturbed, even for a little while, what is above appears within it without force. So let the breath settle the mind in the same unhurried way that twilight settles over the monastery grounds. Let things become clear by becoming still enough to be seen. There may still be feeling in you, sadness perhaps, restlessness, a tenderness that was hidden beneath busyness all day and now rises because the noise is fading. Let it be there if it is there. Breathing does not require you to be free of emotion. The body can be heavy and peaceful at once. The heart can ache and soften at once. In fact, many forms of true calm arrive not by removing feeling, but by giving feeling a larger and kinder space in which to rest. Listen to how the sounds continue to change. Near sounds diminish, far seem gentler. The space between them widens. A bird calls once from some dim branch and then is silent. Leaves answer the breeze with a murmur so faint it almost disappears as you hear it. Somewhere, a small movement in the monastery passes and is gone. These are not interruptions. They are part of the same fabric of evening, and each one can remind you to soften once more. Sound appears, sound fades. The breath appears, the breath fades. Nothing is asking to be kept. And perhaps this is where ease begins to deepen. Not in making all things stop, but in seeing that everything already knows how to arise and pass away. The inhalation cannot be clung to. The exhalation cannot be stored. The light cannot remain at the same angle in the sky. The calls of the day cannot continue into the same shape of night. Life is moving, and for this moment, you do not have to resist its movement. You can join it with the smallest gesture of trust. Breathing in, the body receives. Breathing out, the body releases. Breathing in, cool air enters. Breathing out, warmth returns to the darkening world. Breathing in, there is no task but this. Breathing out, there is nothing to achieve. Let those words be less like instructions and more like a remembering. So much of suffering is tied to the feeling that one must become something else before peace can begin. But here, in the hush of Jetavana, among trees that do not hurry, and shadows that do not argue with the moon's approach, another truth becomes imaginable. Peace may start before perfection. Rest may begin before all questions are answered. The breath may be enough to accompany you across the threshold from vigilance into ease. If you notice the chest softening, let it soften. If you feel the belly release a little more toward the ground, let it release. If the space around the eyes grows less guarded, let it. If a deeper breath comes, welcome it. If a smaller breath comes, welcome that too. This is the gentlest kind of practice, and perhaps also the bravest. Not forcing, not abandoning, simply staying near. The grove is darker now. The last visible gold has thinned into memory. What remains is subtler, quieter, and in many ways more intimate. Evening reveals with less brightness, smaller truths can be felt. The body fatigue, the heart's caution, the sweetness of relief, the innocence of one breath following another with no ambition at all. You are not behind in this moment. You are not failing this moment. You are breathing, and the earth is holding you while you do. Even the mind, which may still flicker now and then, can begin to sense that it does not have to solve the darkness. Night is not a problem, it is a deepening. Rest is not the opposite of awareness. It can be awareness released from grasping. And when awareness no longer grips so tightly, the whole inner world changes its shape. Thoughts lose some of their sharp edges. Emotions become less like commands and more like weather moving across a wider sky. The breath continues, patient and ordinary, carrying no philosophy and yet teaching one. Just this breath, just this body, just this cooling air, just this evening descending through the trees. There is kindness in such plainness. Nothing extra is required. No special vision, no great attainment. The sacred does not always arrive with thunder. Sometimes it comes as the body realizing it can rest for one more minute. Sometimes it comes as a long exhale slipping out without resistance. Sometimes it comes as the quiet understanding that awareness itself can be a home, and that for this little while you are safe enough to dwell there. Stay here a little longer, where the breath and the evening meet. Let the world grow dim without fear. Let the sounds grow sparse without loneliness. Let the body grow heavy without concern. Let the heart, so used to fastening itself against pain, discover another possibility, that it can soften and still remain whole. And as the body loosens and the breath grows softer, the teachings of the evening can begin to enter like moonlight through branches. There is a simple teaching, as gentle as evening light, and yet it reaches into some of the deepest places of human struggle. It does not ask you to become someone else. It does not ask you to solve your whole life tonight. It only invites you to notice, very softly, where the mind tightens, where it clenches around what it wants, where it pushes away what it fears, where it insists that this moment should be different from the way it is. In that tightening, suffering quietly grows. The Buddha spoke again and again about this movement of grasping, not because life is meant to be cold or detached, but because the heart becomes so tired when it is always reaching, bracing, defending, and demanding. We grasp at pleasant things and plead with them to stay. We resist painful things and command them to leave. We build small inner arguments with what has already happened, and larger arguments with what has not yet come. We ask life for guarantees it has never promised. We ask the future to reassure us before it arrives. We ask the mind to stop moving before we allow ourselves to rest. And so anxiety often grows in the space of that asking. It grows when the mind says, I must know. I must fix this. I must keep this. I must not lose that. I must become more. I must not fail. Even noble effort, when tangled with fear, can become another form of strain. A person may work very hard to be calm, very hard to be good, very hard to be safe, and still feel secretly burdened, because beneath the effort there is a hidden fist. It is the fist of insistence. It is the tightening that says, things must go according to my wish, or I cannot be at peace. The teaching of letting go does not scold that fist. It understands it. It knows that much of our grasping begins as a wish not to be hurt. We hold tightly because we have loved. We control because we have been frightened. We cling to plans because uncertainty has exhausted us before. We rehearse conversations because we want to avoid shame. We replay old memories because some part of us still longs to change the ending. The mind is often trying, in its own restless way, to protect the heart, but protection can become a prison when it never softens. To let go is not to stop caring. It is not to become distant from life. It is not to throw away responsibility, affection, or wisdom. Letting go is more tender than that. It is the unclasping of what has become too tight. It is the release of the extra strain added by the mind. Pain may still visit. Uncertainty may still exist. Loss may still be part of being alive. But the suffering that grows from gripping, resisting, and insisting begins to ease when the grip eases. You may feel this in very ordinary moments. Perhaps someone praises you, and for a brief while the heart lifts. There is warmth in being seen kindly. But then the mind closes around the praise and tries to keep it. It begins to wonder, will they think well of me again tomorrow? Did I say the right thing? What if I disappoint them? What if that image of me fades? Something pleasant was received, and yet suffering enters when the mind tries to pin the pleasantness in place, as if approval could be preserved like a pressed flower between pages. Or perhaps a plan has been made. A visit, a conversation, a project, a future you have carefully arranged in your imagination. The mind takes comfort in the outline. It says, yes, this is how it will go. This is who I will be. This is how things will unfold. And when life changes course even slightly, There is irritation, then anxiety, then perhaps a deeper sorrow. Not only because the change is difficult, but because the mind had wrapped itself around the plan and called it safety. It was not the plan alone that hurt. It was the grasping. Sometimes we cling to identity in the same way. We say, this is who I am the competent one, I am the calm one, I am the one others rely on, or perhaps I am the wounded one, I am the overlooked one. I am the one who never gets it right. Even painful identities can become strangely familiar, and familiarity can feel safer than openness. Yet each identity, once grasped tightly, asks life to keep confirming it. Then every encounter becomes a test. Every mistake becomes a threat. Every change feels like erosion. The heart grows weary beneath the effort of holding itself in a fixed shape. And then there is control, one of the mind's most persuasive promises. It whispers that if you think enough, prepare enough, predict enough, then surely you can prevent sorrow. Surely you can keep yourself and those you love safe from every disappointment. The mind may circle around tomorrow's tasks while lying in bed tonight. It may sort and resort conversations, outcomes, possibilities. It may tell itself this is useful, this is necessary, this is how I take care of things. And sometimes practical thought is useful, of course. But there comes a point when thought no longer serves life. It only keeps the body alert and the heart contracted. It is no longer planning. It is grasping for certainty in a world that cannot provide it. This is why rest can feel so difficult, even when the body is tired. The body may be ready to lie down, but the mind keeps standing at the door, refusing to leave its post. It says, not yet. There is still more to secure, more to understand, more to prevent, more to settle before peace can begin. Yet peace does not usually arrive as a reward for finally controlling everything. Peace begins very quietly, when we stop making impossible bargains with life, when we stop saying, I will rest when nothing uncertain remains, when we stop saying, I will soften when every thought becomes beautiful, when we stop saying, I will be okay only if tomorrow matches my preference. The Buddha's wisdom turns us gently in another direction, not toward passivity, but toward freedom. He invites us to see that thoughts are events, not commands. Feelings are weather, not identity. Fear can pass through without becoming a ruler. Sadness can be felt without becoming a home. Even longing, regret, and hope can be known tenderly, without fastening the whole heart to them. Imagine holding a handful of water. If you squeeze your hand tightly, the water slips out through the fingers. The grip cannot keep it. It only creates more strain. But if the hand opens, the water may still move, may still shimmer and change, yet the hand itself is no longer in pain. This is something like letting go. Life remains fluid, moments still come and go, nothing is frozen in place. But the heart is not hurt so deeply by trying to imprison what cannot be held. Or think of a breath. The breath enters, and if you trust it, it leaves. Another comes on its own. You do not need to seize the first breath in fear that there will never be another. You do not need to fight the exhale because it feels like a small ending. The body lives by allowing this continual arrival and departure. In a quiet way, the breath teaches release all the time. This is also true with thought. A worried thought appears, and the old habit is to wrestle with it, to answer it, solve it, argue with it, judge it, fear it. Yet every struggle gives it more weight. The mind begins to believe that because a thought is loud, it must be important. But not every thought deserves a seat at the center of your night. Some thoughts are only passing noise, shaped by fatigue, memory, or fear. They can be met the way one hears a distant cart on the road, or wind moving through leaves, present for a moment, then gone. To stop fighting each passing thought is not laziness. It is wisdom. It is recognizing that the sky does not need to chase away every cloud. Awareness can remain wide while thoughts drift through. Some clouds are dark, some are pale, some disappear before you even know their shape. The sky is not improved by grabbing them. Perhaps this can be felt most clearly in small daily disappointments. A message goes unanswered longer than you expected. Someone speaks sharply. A task takes more energy than you thought it would. You notice the mind instantly weaving story around it. They do not value me. I am falling behind. Things are going wrong. Why is this happening? This should not be like this. The first sting may be natural, but then comes the second layer, built by resistance and insistence. The mind takes a brief discomfort and wraps around it until it becomes suffering. Letting go begins when that wrapping loosens. You might say inwardly, "This is unpleasant, yes, but I do not need to build a house inside this moment." Or, "This thought has come, but I do not have to follow it down every corridor." Or, "I do not know what will happen next, and for now, I can allow that not knowing to be here without making war against it." There is such tenderness in this, because at last the heart is no longer being ordered to perform impossible tasks. It is no longer told to keep every joy from changing, to prevent every loss, to define itself perfectly, to control the minds of others, to master the future before sleep. It can lay down some of its tools. It can breathe with empty hands, and empty hands are not a sign of failure. They are a sign that the struggle has softened enough for life to be touched more. Honestly, when the hands unclench, they can feel the cool air. They can rest against the blanket. They can receive what is here instead of wrestling with what is not. In this way, letting go is not deprivation. It is relief. It is not a harsh subtraction from the self. It is the easing of pressure that was never sustainable. The heart often fears that if it lets go, everything will fall apart. But so much of what we release was never truly ours to command. The passing opinion of another person, the exact shape of tomorrow, the endless movement of thought, the changing conditions of the body, the old version of ourselves we are trying to preserve. We exhaust ourselves trying to hold open water, trying to nail moonlight to the floor. Letting go is the quiet discovery that life was never asking for such violence from us. Instead, it asks for presence, for sincerity, for kindness, for wise effort that knows when to act and when to soften, for a heart that can love without chaining, plan without worshipping the plan, care without collapsing into fear. This is a very human practice. It will not be perfect. Some nights the grasping will return again and again. Some nights the mind will clutch at little things with surprising force. That too can be noticed gently. Even the habit of holding on can be held with compassion. So if there is something in you tonight that is gripping, see if it can be acknowledged without judgment. Perhaps it is a hope. Perhaps it is a fear. Perhaps it is the wish to be understood, the wish to be safe, the wish to know what comes next. Let the wish be seen. Then, very softly, loosen around it, not by pushing it away, but by no longer making it carry the weight of your peace. Peace does not come because the world finally obeys you. It comes because for a moment the heart no longer demands that it must. And here, in the deepening evening, this understanding can settle almost unnoticed, not as a command but as a seed, a little less gripping, a little less arguing with the changing nature of things. A little more willingness to let each sound rise and fade, each breath come and go, each thought pass without pursuit. The monastery night seems to know this already, in the way it receives everything and clings to nothing. And with that quiet lesson resting in the heart, the small life of the evening begins to come forward. The hush between footsteps, the stir of leaves, the soft calls in the dark, the subtle movements of a place at peace with passing things. The life of the evening moves in small, careful gestures. Nothing is hurried, and yet everything finds its place. A robe, worn through the day study, walking, sweeping, and arms round, is lifted from the shoulder and folded with a familiarity so complete it asks for no thought. Cloth meets cloth in soft layers. Hands that have repeated this motion through many seasons smooth the edges, not with perfectionism, but with care. There is something deeply calming in the sound of fabric being gathered, a faint whisper of cotton in the dimming air, as if the day itself were being gently put away. Along the pathways, footsteps grow fewer. Sand and packed earth receive the last comings and goings of the day without complaint. A monk crosses a courtyard with measured steps, then disappears into the shelter of his small dwelling. Another pauses beneath the trees for a moment, perhaps looking at the first stars beginning to show through the branches, perhaps simply standing still before turning inside. Sandals scuff once, then are set neatly by a threshold. A door of wood touches its frame with a muted sound. Then another, then none at all. In the refectory, the final bowls are being cleaned. Water pours in a modest stream, not loud, but bright enough to be heard against the growing quiet. A hand circles the inside of a metal bowl, rinsing what little remains. Another bowl is dried and stacked. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is done carelessly. Even this simple ending of a meal carries its own gentle completeness. The bowls that received food now return to emptiness, and in that emptiness there is no lack. There is readiness, a clean vessel waiting for another day. The lamps too begin to dim. One flame is lowered, another is shielded from the breeze and then reduced to a softer glow. In some quarters, a wick is pinched out entirely, and a faint thread of smoke rises for a moment before joining the night. Light retreats slowly from the walls, leaving corners deeper and kinder. Shapes become less insistent. The room no longer asks to be examined. It simply holds what is needed and lets the rest dissolve into shadow. Outside, the insects begin their patient music. At first it may seem that they arrive one by one, a single note from the grass, a delicate clicking from near the roots of a tree, a thin sustained hum from somewhere unseen. But soon the whole monastery seems to rest inside their woven chorus. It is not a performance. It does not seek attention. It fills the spaces left by human activity and makes them feel alive rather than empty. The night has its own community of small voices, and they take up their watch as the human voices fade. The trees stand all around Jetavana with the quiet strength of old companions. Their trunks hold the last warmth of the day. Their leaves stir when the breeze moves through, then become still again. In daylight, they offer shade and shelter. Night they seem to widen into guardianship. They ask for nothing, explain nothing, and yet their presence is deeply reassuring. They have stood through countless evenings like this. They have watched monks come and go, listened to chants rise and disappear, felt the changing seasons touch every branch. Now they remain, dark and steady against the sky, as if to say that rest is safe here. This is how the monastery settles into silence, not as an abrupt ending, not as something imposed, but as a natural gathering inward. The order of the place does not feel harsh. It feels merciful. Each action has its time. Each object has its place. Each person knows, without strain, what the evening asks of them. There is a freedom in this that the restless mind may not expect. Discipline, in such a setting, is not a hard wall around life. It is more like a clear path through a forest, keeping one from needless wandering after dark. In the wider world, night often brings a strange kind of agitation. Windows glow long past sunset. Wheels continue over roads. Messages arrive. Screens flicker. Minds, though tired, remain hooked by one more piece of news, one more worry, one more unfinished task. Bodies grow heavy while thoughts grow louder. Many people reach the end of the day only to discover that they have not truly arrived anywhere within themselves. Even in still rooms, there can be an invisible rushing on. But here at Jetavana, the evening is allowed to become evening. No one asks it to be more productive than it is. No one insists that the mind keeps spinning after the sun has gone. The monastery yields to darkness the way a field yields to dew, gradually, completely, without complaint. In this surrender there is nothing passive or defeated. It is an act of trust, a willingness to live in rhythm with something older and wiser than urgency. The body feels this before the mind fully understands it. Shoulders drop a little, the jaw loosens, breath lengthens on its own. Surrounded by such unforced order, the nervous system begins to believe what the heart has long needed to hear. There is no emergency here. Nothing is chasing you through these pathways. Nothing is demanding one last effort before rest may be granted. The day has been received, lived, and set down. Now the night may be received in the same way. Perhaps somewhere nearby a novice finishes sweeping the last leaves from a stone step, drawing the broom in slow, even strokes. The sound is soft and dry, almost like a whisper over paper. He props the broom where it belongs and bows his head slightly before leaving. Such gestures are simple, but they leave a trace in the atmosphere. They tell the body that care has been taken. They tell the mind that the world need not be perfect to be peaceful. It need only be tended with sincerity. From one kuti to another, a final cough, a movement of bedding, a faint creak of timber. These sounds do not disturb the silence. They belong to it. Silence in a place like this is not the absence of all sound. It is the absence of struggle with sound. A night bird calls once from deeper in the trees. A gecko clicks from a wall. Somewhere leaves shift as a small creature passes through the undergrowth. Each noise appears and settles back into the whole, as naturally as ripples fading across a pond. There is comfort, too, in knowing that many beings are resting together, not gathered in conversation, not linked by activity, but joined in the same wide field of quiet. Behind one wall, an elder monk lies down after years of practice, his breath calm and light. Behind another, a younger monk, perhaps still carrying traces of homesickness or effort, lets the darkness hold him. In nests above, birds tuck their heads beneath their wings. In the grass, tiny lives continue their hidden movements. Insects sing, branches wait, earth cools. The night receives them all without distinction. This shared stillness has a tenderness of its own. You do not have to generate peace by yourself here. You do not have to build it from effort or defend it from every interruption. Peace is already distributed through the place, as water is distributed through roots and soil. It is in the folded robes, the washed bowls, the darkened lamps, the empty walkways, the settled dust. It is in the agreement, felt more than spoken, that enough has been done for one day. And maybe that is part of what makes monastic routine so deeply soothing to witness, even from a distance of imagination. The pattern of it protects what is easily lost in ordinary life. It protects simplicity from the endless multiplication of wants. It protects attention from being scattered in every direction. It protects the evening from being consumed by the appetite to continue. Within these gentle boundaries, the heart discovers that it can rest without fear of neglecting what truly matters. There is no sense of imprisonment in this order, only a quiet release from the burden of constant choosing. When to eat, when to clean, when to walk, when to be silent, when to retire for the night. So much has already been settled by the shape of the life. What remains is not emptiness in a lonely sense, but spaciousness. Energy once spent on restless decision can return to awareness, to gratitude, to simply being alive in this hour, beneath the trees. The sky deepens further. What was blue becomes indigo, then something darker and more velvety still. The outlines of the buildings soften. The pathways become pale ribbons through shadow. A little moonlight, or perhaps only starlight, touches the edges of leaves and roof lines. The air cools enough for skin to notice. From the ground there rises that faint night fragrance of soil releasing heat, of wood, of leaves, of water somewhere not far away. It is the scent of the world exhaling. How different this is from those nights when human minds try to outrun darkness. Here darkness is not treated as an enemy to be flooded with brightness. It is welcomed as a companion to stillness. It covers what no longer needs to be seen. It quiets the eyes so the inner life can become more audible. Under its shelter one is not reduced, one is gathered. If you listen closely, the monastery offers no dramatic lesson. only this repeated reassurance. There is dignity in ending the day well. There is wisdom in letting things come to completion. A folded robe says it. A rinsed bowl says it. A dimmed lamp says it. A path with no more footsteps says it. Even the insects, beginning their endless, delicate hymn, seem to say that every creature has its hour, and there is peace in entering it fully. So the silence grows, not by force but by consent. Consent of the rooms to darken, consent of the hands to become still, consent of the mind to stop arranging and reviewing, consent of the heart to be one small, breathing life among many, held in the same night. This may be why the quiet here feels so safe. It is shared, it is practiced. It is not the silence of abandonment, but of belonging. Little by little, the monastery becomes less a collection of separate huts and paths and trees, and more one living body at rest. The breath of sleeping men, the pulse of crickets, the hush of leaves, the cooling of stones, the hidden movement of creatures in the brush, all of it joins in one untroubled rhythm. The world has not vanished. Sorrow has not been erased. Questions have not all been answered. Yet for this hour, nothing needs to be solved. Life is simply being carried by the night, and within such protected stillness, something else can begin to stir. When outer activity has bowed and withdrawn, the inward world no longer has to shout to be heard. A memory may rise softly, not to trouble, but to illuminate. An old story may return, carrying the warmth of a teacher's voice. A simple teaching, long known and half forgotten, may drift back like the scent of evening earth after heat. Here, in the quiet held by robes neatly folded, by bowls cleaned and put away, by lamps surrendered to darkness, by trees standing watch, the heart becomes ready to receive what comes gently. And from this deep and sheltering hush, a remembered lesson can rise to meet your own life with the tenderness of something arriving exactly when it is needed. From such a hush, it is easy to imagine one more figure moving quietly through the evening paths of Jetavana. Not a great prince, not a learned elder, not someone set apart by unusual destiny, but an ordinary person made tender by the weight of being alive. Perhaps he has traveled through the fading heat of the day, dust at the hem of his garment, the muscles of his shoulders still carrying the memory of burdens lifted and lowered. Perhaps she has come from a nearby household after the duties of cooking, serving, and tending have finally loosened their grip for a little while. However this person arrives, the feeling is familiar. There is weariness in the body, and beneath it, a more private weariness in the mind. This seeker does not come carrying anything visible that would startle the eye. No dramatic wound is shown. No cry breaks the peace of the monastery grounds. Yet inside, there is a noise that has not found its way to silence. Thoughts have been circling for so long that they seem to leave grooves in the heart. Fear returns even after it has been reasoned with. Grief appears in quiet moments, not always with tears, but with heaviness, with a dimming of color, with the strange sense that life has gone on while something within has remained behind. The mind wants to rest, but does not know how. The body lies down at night, yet inwardly keeps standing guard. It may be fear of loss, fear that someone beloved will suffer, fear that illness will come, fear of money not lasting, of strength not lasting, of youth not lasting, of love not lasting. It may be sorrow over words that cannot be taken back, or over a face no longer seen at the door, or over a season of life that ended without farewell. It may be a fatigue so common that it has almost become invisible, the fatigue of thinking, as though thought itself were a hand always pulling at the sleeve. And because this suffering is ordinary, it is easy to hide. A person can smile while carrying it. A person can complete every task and still feel inwardly scattered. A person can be praised for patience while privately nearing the edge of endurance. So the one who comes to Jetavana in the evening may look, to others, entirely composed. But within there is the quiet confession, I am tired of being driven by what my own mind keeps producing. I am tired of meeting each day already burdened by yesterday and afraid of tomorrow. I do not know how to be at peace with this life I have been given. The path beneath the trees is soft with fallen leaves. The last of the birds have settled. Somewhere in the distance a robe brushes lightly against stone, and then even that small sound passes. The seeker walks more slowly now, as people do when they enter a place where haste feels almost impolite. The coolness of evening begins to touch the skin. Breath becomes noticeable. The body, which has long obeyed necessity, senses another possibility here. Not performance, not solving, not pleasing, but simply arriving. Even so, it is not easy to ask for help. There is a kind of courage that the world rarely praises, because it leaves no monument behind. It is the courage to stop pretending that one is managing well. The courage to admit that the mind, for all its constant labor, has not been able to think its way into safety. The courage to say, perhaps only in a whisper, that one feels overwhelmed by one's own inward weather. For some, this admission rises after years of self-control. For others, it comes after one more sleepless night, one more day of irritability, one more moment in which a loved one speaks kindly, and the heart cannot quite receive it. Small things gather. The vessel fills quietly. Then one day, with no outward disaster to justify it, a person realizes, I cannot go on being ruled like this. So this seeker comes closer. Maybe there is hesitation at the edge of the gathering place, a pause beneath a tree, a lowering of the eyes, the awareness that others too have come for refuge, and yet each sorrow still feels strangely solitary. The heart says, no one could fully understand this confusion. At the same time, another truth begins to glimmer. Perhaps confusion itself is what makes one human among humans. Perhaps the restless mind is not a private failure, but a condition shared by countless beings who have longed to feel steady and have not known how. In that recognition, something softens. The seeker need not be noble in speech. The words need not be polished. There may only be a few honest phrases, spoken with more vulnerability than elegance. Blessed one, my mind does not settle. I am afraid so often. Even in calm moments, worry enters. Even when there is nothing urgent to do, thought continues. I try to restrain it, but then it grows stronger. I distract myself, but then I feel empty. I follow one fear to its end, and another rises in its place. How is one to live in this mind? How is one to rest? Such questions do not belong only to a distant past. They move quietly through every age. They are present in homes after the dishes are done, in rooms where one lies awake beside a sleeping family, in bodies that have carried responsibility for years without complaint, in younger hearts afraid they are already falling behind, in older hearts wondering whether they have missed the chance to become wise. The seeker standing in Jetavana carries a personal story, yes, but also something more universal. In that figure so humble in the evening light, many listeners may recognize themselves. You may know this seeker. You may know what it is to replay a conversation after darkness falls, hearing your own voice again and again, wishing for a kinder answer or a different silence. You may know what it is to dread the future in vague shapes, unable to name exactly what is wrong, and yet unable to relax. You may know the peculiar loneliness of being surrounded by others, and still feeling inwardly overburdened. You may know how thoughts can arrive with the force of truth, even when they are only fear wearing the clothing of certainty. And perhaps, like this weary visitor, you have also learned how hard it can be to distinguish care from torment, because love makes us think of those we cherish. Responsibility makes us consider consequences. Memory helps us avoid old mistakes. Thought in itself is not the enemy. Yet there comes a point when thought no longer serves life, but consumes it. It repeats what has already been learned. It generates danger where none is present. It rehearses pain before pain has come. It speaks in the name of protection while quietly exhausting the one it claims to defend. The seeker may have tried many ordinary remedies. walking alone, working harder, speaking to a friend, keeping busy until fatigue overcomes worry for a few hours. Perhaps there have even been moments of relief, little openings in the cloud. But the old habits return. The mind, untrained and frightened, keeps reaching for the same thorns. It clings to what cannot be secured. It resists what has already changed. It searches for a final guarantee in a world where all things move. There is no shame in this. That is part of what makes the scene at Jetavana so gentle. The one who comes troubled does not arrive as a failure before perfection. The seeker arrives as a human being before one who deeply understands the burdens of being human. The pain is not dismissed as weakness. It is not decorated as tragedy. It is seen plainly with mercy. There is exhaustion here, yes. There is confusion, yes. But there is also honesty, and honesty is already a kind of opening. Perhaps the seeker kneels or sits to one side, feeling the roughness of earth beneath folded legs. Perhaps the hands are clasped together, not out of ceremony alone, but to steady a slight trembling. The night deepens slowly around the monastery. The scent of leaves, soil, and cooling wood lingers in the air. Nearby, the community remains quiet, not coldly silent, but respectfully spacious, as though everyone present understands that some truths can only emerge when they are not interrupted. The seeker speaks again, more simply this time. There are days when I cannot trust my own mind. There are moments when fear comes before any event, and my body obeys it as though danger were already here. There are nights when I long to sleep, but thought keeps watch even when no watching is needed. I do not want to keep living in conflict with my own heart. Is there a way to be with this life without being dragged by every thought? Is there a way to care without clinging, to remember without drowning, to meet what comes without always trembling before it? These are not small questions. They do not come from laziness. They come from the edge of endurance. Only someone who has truly suffered the agitation of the mind knows how brave it is to ask them aloud. To seek such guidance is not to turn away from life, but to turn toward it more truthfully. It is to admit that one's usual methods have not brought freedom. It is to bow, not in defeat, but in readiness. And perhaps that is why this moment feels so intimate. Nothing spectacular occurs. The stars do not rearrange themselves. No thunder sounds from a clear sky. One person has simply come, tired and sincere, into the presence of stillness. Yet in that simplicity, a great threshold is crossed. The hidden has been spoken. The private burden has been set down, if only for a moment, in a place strong enough to receive it. The seeker no longer has to hold everything alone. If you are listening in the quiet of your own night, there may be relief in this. You do not have to be extraordinary in your suffering for it to matter. You do not need a dramatic story to deserve peace. Restlessness is enough. The ache of an overfull mind is enough. The wish to stop living under the command of fear is enough. It is enough to say, inwardly or outwardly, I am weary. Please show me how to be with this. The evening at Jetavana seems to widen around such a request. The trees do not hurry it. The earth does not reject it. The silence itself appears kind, as if the whole monastery has been shaped by years of listening to human sorrow without alarm. Here, even troubled thought can be brought into the open air. Here, the burden of inner noise does not have to be hidden beneath politeness, productivity, or the appearance of strength. Here, a trembling mind can be met before it is corrected. A hurting heart can be heard before it is instructed. And this, too, is part of the healing, that before any teaching is given, there is room. Room for fear to be acknowledged. Room for grief to be ordinary. Room for fatigue to be spoken without shame. Room for one who has tried very hard and still not found ease. In such room, the seeker's breathing may already begin to change. Not because every problem has vanished, but because there is finally no need, for these few moments, to fight alone against the mind's endless turning. So the figure sits beneath the gathering dark, carrying the same humanity that moves through all of us: longing, uncertainty, tenderness, and the hope that somewhere beyond habit there is another way to live, not without pain perhaps, but without servitude to fear, not without thought, but without being possessed by it. The evening holds this question with great care. In the stillness of Jetavana, the Buddha responds not with urgency, but with a patience spacious enough to hold every fear. The Buddha responds not with urgency, but with a patience spacious enough to hold every fear. He does not rush to name the trouble, does not hurry to tidy it into a lesson, does not lean forward with the restlessness of someone eager to solve what feels unbearable. Instead, there is a steadiness in him, as gentle as lamplight settling across a floor. The one who has come in distress is met first by something more healing than explanation, full attention. It is a rare comfort to be listened to in this way. So often, when pain is spoken, the world answers too quickly. Someone reaches for a remedy before the wound has been seen. Someone offers a clever thought, or a comparison, or a reason why things are not as bad as they seem. And though these things may be well meant, the heart can remain untouched beneath them, still braced, still alone, still carrying the private ache that no one has truly entered. But here, in the evening quiet of Jetavana, there is no interruption in the Buddha's presence, no sign that he wishes the suffering to move faster than it can, no impatience with trembling, confusion, or tears not yet shed. The seeker speaks perhaps with a voice that has become thin from holding too much inside. At first, the words may come unevenly, a thought, then silence, a memory, then shame, a fear admitted halfway, as if even now it feels dangerous to let the whole truth be seen. Yet nothing in the Buddha's face hardens, nothing in his stillness withdraws. He remains, and in that remaining, something begins to loosen. To be heard without being corrected can feel almost unfamiliar. The body knows when it is being judged. It knows the tightening that arrives when another person is waiting for us to become more reasonable, more composed, more acceptable. Shoulders lift without permission, breath turns shallow, the jaw prepares itself. Even before a word of criticism is spoken, the nervous system has already received the message that it must defend itself or hide. But the body also knows another kind of presence, though many experience it too rarely. It knows the quiet signal of safety. It knows the low, unforced rhythm of a voice that asks nothing. It knows the relief of being with someone who is not trying to overpower pain, only to accompany it. This is part of compassion's mystery. It does not always arrive with dramatic change. It does not erase grief in a single moment, nor pull fear out by its roots before dawn. The mind may still carry its storms. The heart may still be bruised from many days. Old habits of worry may still circle like birds returning to familiar branches. Yet something crucial changes when compassion is present. Pain is no longer sealed inside isolation. The extra burden, the burden of being alone within what hurts, begins to fall away. And that burden is often heavier than we realize. Many wounds deepen not only because they are painful, but because they are hidden. A sorrow no one can sit beside becomes larger in the dark. Anxiety, when met only with self-criticism, multiplies. Regret, when carried in secret, takes on a cruel authority. The mind begins to whisper that no one could understand, that one must manage this somehow in silence, that one's fear is a personal failure rather than part of being human. So the pain becomes wrapped in loneliness, and loneliness makes it harder to breathe. But compassion unwraps, not by force, not by argument, not by insisting that a hurting heart should hurry and become wise. It unwraps through presence so steady that the inner fists slowly unclench. It unwraps through listening deep enough that a person dares to hear themselves fully. It unwraps through a kindness that does not demand improvement before offering warmth. In the Buddha's company, the seeker may discover that what has been most exhausted is not only the mind, but the long effort of carrying distress without witness. There may be a pause after the speaking, and in that pause there is no emptiness. The silence itself feels companioned. Crickets sing beyond the trees. Night gathers more fully around the monastery. Somewhere a robe shifts softly as another monk passes in the distance. The air cools against the skin, and in the middle of all this simple life continuing, the seeker is not abandoned to the echo of their own thoughts. The Buddha remains near, not just in body but in understanding. Then perhaps he speaks, not many words, not the flood of advice that anxious minds often crave and then cannot hold. A few words only, and each one offered with care, as though laid down gently where the heart can reach it. The kind of voice that does not press itself into another person's chest, but opens space there, low, measured, clear. A voice in which there is neither alarm nor distance. It does not deny suffering. It does not dramatize it. It simply meets it with a depth of recognition that allows the sufferer to feel less strange inside their own experience. This kind of speech can calm the body more deeply than debate ever could. The mind often believes it needs answers in order to rest. It says, explain this to me, fix this for me, tell me how to prevent every future wound. But the deeper layers of the body are not soothed by logic alone. They are soothed by safety, by cadence, by contact without intrusion. A kind voice can reach places that explanation cannot. It can slow the heart. It can lengthen the breath. It can tell the frightened animal within, without using those exact words, you do not have to run right now. You do not have to solve your whole life in this hour. You are held in understanding. How many people move through life starving for such simple mercy? Not grand praise, not rescue, just the experience of being met kindly, while imperfect, while weary, while ashamed, while unsure what comes next. The Buddha offers this without bargaining. He does not ask the seeker to become worthy of compassion before receiving it. He does not love only the polished parts, the disciplined parts, the parts that speak beautifully about suffering while no longer feeling it. He meets the trembling being who is here now, the confused one, the overwhelmed one, the one who has repeated old patterns and knows it, the one who is tired of being afraid, the one who may not yet know how to stop clinging, worrying, replaying, reaching. And because he does not turn away, the seeker may begin very quietly to stop turning away as well. This is another healing hidden inside compassion. When someone of deep wisdom does not recoil from our pain, we are sometimes able, for the first time, to remain present with it ourselves, not collapsing into it, not becoming it, but staying near enough to feel what is true, the sorrow in the chest, the trembling under the ribs, the grief that has been masked by busyness, the loneliness beneath anger, the fear beneath the fear. With gentleness near, honesty becomes less terrifying. Perhaps the seeker notices that tears rise without the usual effort to push them back. Or perhaps no tears come at all, only a strange and tender fatigue, as if the body has been standing guard for too many years and does not know what to do when danger is not immediately demanded of it. Even this is met with compassion. There is no ideal response required, no performance of healing, no spiritual standard to meet before one is allowed rest. The Buddha's presence says, in ways beyond language, that suffering need not be hidden in order to be held. And now, as you listen, perhaps some part of you recognizes this hunger, the longing not merely for answers, but for a gentleness that asks nothing in return. The longing to set down your inner armor for a little while. The longing to have the frightened places in you met without irritation. You may know well how to push yourself, instruct yourself, criticize yourself, even educate yourself. Many people become fluent in these languages, but tenderness, especially inward tenderness, can feel like a forgotten tongue. So let this evening at Jetavana come a little closer. Imagine that same patient attention resting near your own heart now, not searching for what is wrong with you, not measuring your progress, not disappointed by how long your healing has taken, just here, quietly here. If your mind is tired, it is allowed to be tired. If your chest feels heavy, that heaviness does not make you a burden. If old memories rise, they do not need to be justified before they can be comforted. If you have been brave for too long, you do not have to prove anything in this moment. Let yourself be listened to, even if no words are spoken aloud. The body may soften when it realizes it is no longer being interrogated. The forehead may unclench. The tongue may loosen from the roof of the mouth. Breath may begin to descend a little deeper, as if it has found permission to return home. This softening is not weakness. It is what becomes possible when vigilance is no longer the only form of safety we know. A creature that has lived through stress does not relax because it is lectured. It relaxes because it senses enough kindness to stop bracing. And maybe there is something you need to hear, something very simple. You do not need to earn compassion by suffering beautifully. You do not need to explain perfectly why you are tired. You do not need to make your pain smaller so that it is easier to hold. You do not need to become someone else before gentleness can reach you. If these words meet resistance, that too can be held softly. Many hearts have learned caution. Many have been taught to expect conditions attached to care. They have known affection mixed with demand, help mixed with control, attention mixed with judgment. So when unconditional kindness appears, it can feel almost unreal at first. The body may hesitate, the mind may mistrust it. This is all right. Compassion does not punish hesitation. It waits, it remains available. It understands how long fear can linger, even after danger has passed. The Buddha's compassion is like that, not sentimental, not possessive, not eager to make someone dependent on comfort. It is strong enough to stay tender. It sees clearly, and because it sees clearly, it does not confuse a passing storm with the entirety of a person. The seeker before him is not reduced to anxiety, sorrow, anger, or confusion. These are experiences moving through a human life. They are not the whole of the life. To be seen this wider way is a profound relief. You too may rest for a moment in that wider seeing. You are not only your latest fear, not only the thought that keeps returning at night, not only the ache you have tried to hide, not only the habits that embarrass you, not only the grief that has made you quiet. There is more here than the pain has been able to say. Compassion does not deny the wound. It simply refuses to let the wound be the only truth. And when that refusal is offered gently enough, the heart begins to trust. It may not trust the future yet. It may not trust its own mind completely. It may not know how all of this will unfold. But it can begin to trust this moment of being met. This one breath not taken alone. This one pause free of self-attack. This one small opening in the hard shell around suffering. Such moments seem modest, but they are not small. They are often where healing first becomes believable. Because the first medicine is not always insight. Sometimes the first medicine is company. Sometimes the first medicine is the absence of blame. Sometimes the first medicine is a voice that does not flinch. Sometimes the first medicine is finding that pain can be named in the open air and still be met with love. Under the deepening night at Jetavana, this medicine is given quietly. It does not dazzle. It does not insist on itself. Yet its effect moves far within. The seeker who arrived contracted by fear may still carry the same life, the same responsibilities, the same unfinished grief. But now there is a little more room around it all. A little less strangling isolation. A little more breath. A little more kindness inside the places that had become harsh. The heart, no longer pressed so tightly against its own solitude, begins to rest enough to listen. Once the heart no longer feels alone, it becomes ready to understand why thoughts rise and pass like wind through leaves. And so, in that gentler space, the movement of the mind can be seen with less fear. When the body begins to soften into the night, thoughts often become more noticeable, not less. In the quiet, what was hidden by the noise of the day may step forward. A remembered conversation returns with new words you wish you had spoken. A worry about tomorrow circles back again. An old regret which seemed buried rises with surprising freshness. For many people, this is the moment they believe something has gone wrong. They think, why is my mind still so busy? Why can I not stop this? Yet here, beneath the still trees of Jetavana, another understanding is offered. The mind is moving because minds move. Thoughts are appearing because this is what thoughts do. Their coming is not a mistake. Their returning is not a personal failure. You do not need to fight them in order to find rest. This can sound simple at first, almost too simple for the weight some thoughts carry. But there is deep mercy in it. Not every thought must be answered. Not every image must be interpreted. Not every fear must become a plan. Not every memory must become a courtroom where the heart is tried once more. A thought can be known as a thought. A mental picture can be known as a mental picture. A wave of concern can be felt as a wave of concern, and then allowed to move according to its own nature. Imagine looking up into the evening sky above the monastery. Clouds drift across it in changing forms. One resembles a mountain, another a bird, another a face. For a few moments the shape seems convincing. It almost asks for a story, but before long it thins, widens, and loses its outline. What appeared solid was never truly fixed. It gathered from conditions, displayed itself, and passed on. Thoughts can be like this. They take shape in the mind with surprising authority. They say, this is urgent. They say, this is who you are. They say, this must be solved now. But when they are watched with patient attention, their changing nature becomes easier to see. Even the thought that shouts does not remain shouting forever. This does not mean that thoughts are meaningless or that practical life should be ignored. Some concerns will need care in daylight. Some memories point toward tenderness that is still needed. Some realizations matter. But the hour of rest is not always the hour of fixing. In the middle of the night, the mind often presents old material with a false intensity, as if every unresolved thing must be settled before sleep can come. This is one of its habits. Kindness does not require obedience to that habit. So instead of wrestling with each thought, you might begin to sit beside it inwardly, as one might sit beside a river. Water moves past without being pushed. Leaves float by. Reflections tremble and disappear. A branch spins in an eddy for a while, then slips free and continues downstream. If you were sitting at the riverbank, you would not leap in after every leaf. You would not declare the river broken because it keeps flowing. You would simply notice, this too is passing, and this too, and this too. In the same way, a thought arrives. Perhaps it says, what if tomorrow goes badly? Notice it. Feel the small tightening it may bring. See if it is possible to let the sentence be only a sentence, not a prophecy. Then another thought comes. I should have done something differently years ago. Notice that one too. Hear its tone. Feel the old ache it touches. But again, let it be known as movement in the mind, not as a command to reopen every wound. Then perhaps another comes, with no clear meaning at all. Only fragments, impressions, unfinished scenes. These as well can drift through. The work is not to force the sky to be empty. The work is not to dam the river. The work is not to command the mist to leave the fields before dawn. The work, if it can be called work, is gentler than that. It is to recognize what is happening without becoming entangled in every appearance. It is to remember that awareness itself is already larger than the passing content within it. Think of night mist spreading low across the ground. It forms quietly, hovering over the earth, softening edges, blurring paths and distances. For a time it seems to fill everything, yet no one mistakes it for the land itself. It is a temporary veil. It gathers, shifts, and eventually thins. Thoughts can be like this too, especially when you are tired. A mood may descend and make the whole of life look uncertain. A cluster of worries may settle over the mind and make the future seem heavy and close. But these formations, however persuasive they feel, are not the whole landscape. They are weather passing through awareness. This is important to remember when the same worries return night after night. Many people become discouraged not because a thought appears, but because it appears again. They say to themselves, "I should be beyond this by now. I already thought about this. I already tried to let it go. Why is it back?" But repetition is one of the ordinary patterns of mind. The heart circles what it has not yet fully digested. The mind revisits what it hopes to protect against. Memory repeats what once carried strong feeling. This recurrence does not mean you are failing in practice. It does not mean you are weak. It does not mean you are moving backward. It may simply mean that this is a well-worn path in the inner landscape, and the feet of habit know it well. If the same fear returns 10 times, then 10 times it can be met with the same quiet recognition. Here is fear again. Here is planning again. Here is remembering again. Not my failure again. Not the proof that I will never change, but simply, here it is. This small shift matters. It loosens the knot between awareness and identification. It opens a little space where there had once been immediate possession. For often suffering grows sharper the moment a thought is claimed too tightly. A thought says, "Something may go wrong," and at once the whole being contracts around my future. A memory says, "You were hurt," and instantly the heart is pulled into my story, my wound, my burden. Of course, these phrases contain real human truth. Your life is your life and your pain has been felt intimately. But in contemplative stillness, there is relief in discovering that not every passing mental formation needs to be held as self. There can be pain without the extra grasping. There can be memory without total immersion. There can be concern without complete captivity. You may begin to sense the difference between being the observer of a thought and being its owner. The owner feels compelled to manage, defend, explain, continue. The observer notices. The owner says, "This thought is me, this fear is mine, this story defines me." The observer says, "A fearful thought is present, a memory is present, a mood is present." In that simple change of posture, the inner world becomes less suffocating. Awareness stops sitting in the center of every storm and steps quietly to the shore. This is not coldness. It is not indifference. It is not an attempt to become distant from your own humanity. In fact, it can be a very intimate kind of honesty. When you observe a thought clearly, you are no longer exaggerating it, decorating it, or making it carry more identity than it truly holds. You are meeting it in its actual form. It may be tall, it may be tender, it may be restless, but it is also impermanent. It has arisen, and because it has arisen, it will also change. Even strong thoughts change. A fear that seemed unbearable at midnight may be strangely muted by dawn. A memory that once flooded the body may, on another night, pass through with less force. A thought that demanded immediate belief may dissolve when left unargued with. This is not because you defeated it in battle. Often, it is because you stopped feeding it with resistance and stopped fastening yourself to it with belief. You let it move in the open air of awareness, and deprived of struggle and clinging, it completed its own brief life. There is a quiet dignity in this way of being with the mind. It says you may come and you may go. It does not slam the door against experience, nor does it invite every visitor to stay the night. It learns the middle way between suppression and surrender. To suppress is to tense against the mind so hard that the body remains awake. To surrender blindly is to be dragged from one thought to the next until the night is filled with imaginary journeys. But to notice, to allow, to refrain from grasping, this is another path. It is spacious, steady, and deeply restful. Perhaps as you listen, you can try it gently with whatever is here now. If a thought arises, there is no need to push it away. Silently name it if that helps. Thinking, remembering, planning, worrying, hoping, regretting. Then let the label fall away too. The naming is not meant to trap the thought in a category, only to help you see it clearly for a moment. Once seen, it can continue on, like a cloud crossing moonlight, like water moving around a stone, like a thin line of mist slipping between dark trees. If no thought is present for a moment, there is no need to search for one. Rest in the pause. Feel how awareness remains even when the content changes. Then, if another thought appears, let that be included too. Nothing has gone wrong. The sky has not failed because another cloud has entered it. Sometimes you may notice that a thought hooks you before you realize it. Several minutes may pass in a chain of imagining, remembering, rehearsing. When you awaken from that drift, there is no need for irritation. This too can be met softly. The noticing itself is already the return. The moment of recognizing I was carried away is not a setback. It is the practice happening. It is awareness remembering itself. You simply come back as many times as needed without scolding the mind for being a mind. This is one of the tenderest disciplines. Beginning again without violence, again and again. The invitation is not to create a perfect inner silence by force. It is to rest in a wiser relationship with whatever appears. Some thoughts will be faint and wispy, some will be heavy and rain-filled, some will dissolve the moment you see them. Some will linger at the edges, revisiting the same concern with slightly different words. Let them come as clouds come. Let them pass as river water passes. Let them thin as night mist thins, when morning is still far away but already on its way. And beneath all this movement, something in you does not need to chase. Something in you can remain still enough to witness the changing display. Not frozen, not numb, not cut off, but quietly present. The mind may offer many shapes, many voices, many unfinished stories. Yet awareness itself is not wounded by each appearance. It is wide enough to hold them and gentle enough not to become them. So tonight, if thoughts gather, let them gather. If they scatter, let them scatter. If they return, let them return. You are not required to solve the whole mind before sleep. You are not required to believe every message it delivers in the dark. You are not required to make a home inside each passing formation. You can watch and breathe and loosen your hold. You can let each thought travel on, keeping only the quiet knowledge that it was seen. In this way, the edges begin to soften. The insistence of thought grows less sharp. What seemed solid reveals its shifting nature. What seemed so personal begins to look more like a pattern of conditions, rising and fading in their own time. And as this becomes clearer, as the mind's passing weather is met without clinging, the deeper teaching of impermanence can unfold with quiet clarity. And this deeper teaching does not arrive as a harsh idea. It comes softly, like evening itself. Impermanence is not only the truth that all things pass away, it is also the truth that all things move, all things loosen, all things change their shape. Because of this, sorrow is not fixed. Fear is not fixed. Restlessness is not fixed. Even what feels heavy tonight is already, quietly, in motion. There is a tender kind of relief in seeing this clearly. So much of human suffering grows from the wish for things to stay as they are when they please us, and to disappear at once when they do not. We want comfort to remain untouched. We want pain to leave without delay. We want certainty in a world made of currents and seasons. Yet life does not pause for our preferences. It continues in its own gentle law, unfolding through arising and fading, gathering and releasing. And when this is understood, not as punishment but as the nature of things, the heart can begin to unclench. Here at Jetavana, the teaching is visible in every direction. Nothing in this evening holds still. The last gold of sunlight that rested on the monastery walls is already thinning. It withdraws from the edges of stone, slips from the leaves, loosens from the paths where the feet of monks have passed all day. What was bright becomes dim. What was clear becomes soft. Shapes that stood plainly before the eye now blur into shadow, not with violence but with grace. No one commands the light to change. No one resists its departure. It simply becomes something else. The sounds follow the same path. A bird call that rang sharply from the grove a little while ago is now distant, then answered, then gone. The rustle of robes, the low murmur of voices, the small ordinary sounds of bowls being set down, sandals brushing earth, the final tasks of the day being completed one by one. Each appears, lingers briefly, and dissolves into a widening hush. The hush itself is not permanent either. It is made of vanishing sounds. Silence here is not the absence of life. It is life settling, life-changing tempo, life releasing its daytime shape. And the air also teaches. The heat that pressed against the skin through the long afternoon no longer holds the same authority. It begins to withdraw from the stones, from the trunks of trees, from the open courtyard. Coolness arrives slowly, almost shyly, entering where warmth has softened its grip. The body feels this before the mind names it. A breath comes easier. The forehead relaxes. The hands rest without effort. Evening does not ask permission to become night. It simply ripens into it. If you listen closely, this whole monastery is offering a sermon without words. Light becomes shadow. Sound becomes coolness. Movement becomes stillness. And even stillness is only a quieter form of movement. The teaching is not hidden in abstract thought. It is present in the ordinary changes that have been happening all along, in ways so familiar that they are often overlooked. Yet when the heart is tired, when the mind is holding too much, these simple changes can feel like a blessing. They remind you that the world knows how to shift. It does not remain trapped in one mood forever. Why should your inner world be any different? Perhaps there are feelings in you tonight that seem stubborn, a grief that returns, a worry that circles back, a weariness that sits deep in the chest. In moments like these, the mind can become convinced that this is how it will always be. It takes a passing state and paints it with the color of forever. But impermanence gently contradicts that fear. It says, no condition stays unchanged. No season of the heart remains exactly as it is. This does not mean every pain ends quickly or neatly. It does not mean every wound vanishes by morning. But it does mean that even pain is not solid stone. It shifts, it breathes, it rises, eases, tightens, loosens, hides, returns, and one day changes into something that no longer feels the same. Think of how many states you have already survived that once felt endless. There were nights you believed the mind would never quiet, and yet other mornings came. There were losses that seemed too large to carry, and yet in time your way of carrying them changed. There were fears that covered the whole horizon, only to fade later into memory, or into wisdom, or into tenderness for others who suffer in the same way. The fact of impermanence is not cold, it is compassionate. It is the reason no storm owns the sky forever. This can be hard to trust when discomfort is close, when the body aches, when loneliness sharpens, when regret speaks in the dark. The immediate feeling can seem absolute, but feelings are persuasive, not permanent. They speak with urgency because they want to be noticed, not because they are eternal truths. If you can remember this, even faintly, some space opens. You do not have to argue with what you feel. You do not have to force it away. You do not have to make it disappear in order to rest. You need only allow for the possibility that it, too, will change. There is deep peace in that possibility. Not the peace of controlling life, but the peace of no longer demanding that life stand still. Much of tension comes from trying to freeze what cannot be frozen. We try to preserve moments, identities, relationships, moods, even versions of ourselves. We reach for permanence in a world woven from transition. And the reaching itself becomes strain. The jaw tightens, the breath shortens. The mind rehearses, defends, compares, predicts. It builds a fortress around what was never meant to be held so rigidly. Trying to keep life fixed is like trying to hold evening in the shape of late afternoon. No amount of effort can persuade the sky to remain golden. No anxious thought can keep the birds from settling. or the air from cooling, or darkness from arriving in its own time. To fight this is exhausting. To allow it is restful. And perhaps this is what your heart has been longing for more than any answer. Not the power to control the changing world, but the permission to stop resisting its movement. Acceptance is often misunderstood. It is not defeat. It is not indifference. It is not saying that pain does not matter, or that loss is easy, or that injustice should be ignored. Acceptance is the quiet wisdom that sees what is already happening, and no longer wastes precious life pretending otherwise. It says, this moment is changing. This body is changing. This mind is changing. The people I love are changing. The world is changing. And because this is true, I can meet what comes with tenderness instead of fear. At Jetavana, even the trees seem to know this. Their leaves do not cling to the last color of day. They receive it, then release it. The pathways do not mourn the fading footprints. The pools do not resist the dimming reflections. Everything participates in the simple dignity of becoming. Nothing demands to remain exactly what it was 1 hour ago. And so the whole place feels at peace, not because nothing changes here, but because change is allowed. You too are allowed to change. You are allowed to be different by morning than you were at sunset. You are allowed not to finish every thought tonight. You are allowed not to untangle every old sorrow before sleep. You are allowed not to know what your life will look like in a month, or a year, or when some long-awaited answer finally comes. This night does not require a final understanding from you. It asks for much less. It asks only that you rest inside what is true for now, and trust that now will not remain exactly as it is. How much gentleness enters the body when this is remembered. The shoulders no longer have to carry the whole future. The mind no longer has to negotiate with every uncertainty before it can become quiet. The heart no longer has to secure permanent safety in order to soften. You do not have to solve the whole of life tonight. You do not have to map every path, mend every fracture, prepare for every sorrow, or guarantee every joy. Life is too wide for that, and this hour is too sacred to spend in futile struggle. Instead, you can let this evening be enough. One breath, and then another. One cooling current of air across the skin. One distant sound fading into night. One small release in the chest. Peace does not always arrive as a grand revelation. Sometimes it comes as the simple end of resisting what was never yours to control. Sometimes it comes as the body understanding, at last, that it may rest without having finished everything. And perhaps there is comfort in knowing that unfinished things are natural in a changing world. A conversation left for tomorrow. A question without an answer yet. A longing still ripening. A grief still teaching its lessons slowly. None of this means you are failing. It means you are alive inside a process that does not move according to your timetable. The moon will rise whether your plans are complete or not. Sleep may come, not because everything is resolved, but because for a little while you stop demanding resolution from every mystery. Impermanence makes this possible. Because things change, tension can soften. Because things change, tears can dry. Because things change, confusion can clear, and despair can loosen its hold, and even the sharpest hour can pass into a gentler one. If all things were fixed, suffering would be unbearable. If nothing shifted, no wound could heal, no season could turn, no frightened mind could ever find rest. The very law that takes away what we love is also the law that carries us through what we fear. This is why the teaching is both bittersweet and merciful. So when you notice sadness, you might whisper inwardly, "This too changes." When you notice worry, this too changes. When you notice ease, you may enjoy it fully without clutching, knowing that its beauty lies partly in its passing nature. To love impermanent things is not foolish, it is the human way. The invitation is simply to love without trying to imprison, to receive without demanding forever, to care deeply while remembering the fluid nature of all experience. The evening at Jetavana continues to deepen around you, and its quiet wisdom becomes easier to feel than to describe. The dark does not rush. It settles layer by layer. The trees stand in deeper silhouette. The pathways lose their daytime detail. A lamp glows somewhere faintly, then seems brighter as the world around it dims. Insects begin their soft night music. Far above, the first stars appear where the last light has given way. Nothing has been lost in a cruel sense. It has only been transformed. The monastery has not ended. It has entered another expression of itself. In the same way, you do not need to fear every ending as destruction. Some endings are doorways in disguise. Some fadings are forms of mercy. The end of heat is coolness. The end of noise is hush. The end of striving for a moment is rest. Even the falling away of certainty can make room for humility, wonder, and prayer. When life changes shape, it may be taking from one hand while placing something quieter in the other. Let yourself be held by that tonight. Let the law of change feel less like a threat and more like a cradle. Let it remind you that whatever is clenched can loosen, whatever is burning can cool, whatever is racing can slow. You do not have to command this process. You do not have to master it. You need only stop standing against it with all your might. In that softening, peace begins to gather, and as peace gathers, it becomes easier to sense that this truth belongs not only to you, but to everyone. Every being is carried by this same changing stream. Every creature knows the fading of comfort and the easing of pain, the coming of night and the promise that no condition lasts unchanged forever. With change understood now as a gentle law rather than a threat, the night at Jetavana opens quietly into a wider compassion for all beings. That wider compassion does not need to arrive as something dramatic. It can begin like a small warmth in the center of the chest, hardly brighter than a lamp seen through a paper screen, yet steady enough to change the feeling of the whole room within you. Here at Jetavana, under the patient trees and the pale watch of the moon, kindness does not seem like an effortful virtue. It feels more like a quiet fragrance already in the air, waiting only to be noticed. If this evening is bringing you comfort, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a comment below, so more of these quiet nights can find their way to you. Then let all that be set aside and return softly to this evening, where the heart can widen without strain. Perhaps you can imagine yourself sitting in the hush of the monastery grove, with the earth still holding a little of the day's warmth and the night breeze brushing your face with cool, tender hands. Somewhere, robes have gone still. Somewhere, a lamp burns low in a simple dwelling. Somewhere, a monk has finished his final prayer and lies down with a mind gentler than it was at dawn. Nothing here is hurried. Nothing asks you to perform goodness or prove your worth. The kindness of this place is not demanding. It is receiving. So begin there, where all true offering begins, with yourself. Not with pride, not with self-importance, simply with the honest recognition that this weary being, this breathing body, this mind that has tried so hard for so long, also deserves tenderness. You have carried many things. You have endured thoughts you did not choose, burdens you could not easily set down, moments of loneliness no one else could fully see. Even if your life has been blessed in many ways, still there have been hidden aches. Still there have been hours when you needed comfort and did not know how to ask for it. Tonight, no one is asking you to justify that need. No one is measuring whether you have earned rest. In the cool and moonlit peace of Jetavana, you may simply offer yourself a quiet blessing. May I be safe. May I be at ease. May my heart soften. May this body be allowed to rest. Let the words move through you slowly, not as a command, but as a warm current touching stone and patiently smoothing its edges. If resistance appears, let that be held kindly too. Many people find it easier to give care than to receive it, easier to bless the world than to bless their own tired hearts. If some inner voice grows uncertain, if it says this is unnecessary or undeserved, Do not argue with it harshly. Let your kindness include that voice as well. It too may have been shaped by fear. It too may be exhausted from trying to protect you. So speak inwardly as one might soothe a child wakeful after a troubling dream. It is all right. You may rest now. Nothing more is required of you in this moment. As these gentle wishes settle in, imagine them spreading through your body the way moonlight spreads across a courtyard. First touching the brow, easing the muscles around the eyes, then softening the jaw, the throat, the shoulders that have carried more than they needed to. Down through the chest, where old tightness sometimes gathers unnoticed. Down through the belly, where worry often leaves its hidden mark. Into the hands, into the legs, into the feet. Loving kindness is not only an emotion, it is also a way of allowing the body to feel unwalled, unthreatened, welcomed back from its long vigilance. And when that welcome has touched you, even lightly, let it move outward to those nearby in this silent monastery night. Think of the monks resting in their modest rooms, each one a human life as tender and complex as your own. Though their days are shaped by discipline and devotion, they too know fatigue. They too have memories, hopes, disappointments, and quiet private struggles. Some may drift quickly into peaceful sleep. Some may still be working gently with the remainder of the day's thoughts. Some may be old, with aching joints and thin blankets. Some may be young, still learning how to steady a restless mind. For all of them, let the heart offer something simple and true. May they be safe, may they be peaceful, may their practice be supported by kindness. May they sleep in ease. See how the monastery itself seems to receive these wishes. The trees do not keep kindness for themselves. Their branches hold the moonlight and let it fall freely. The pathways do not choose who may walk upon them. The night air touches each hut, each leaf, each sleeping form with the same gentle coolness. It is as if goodwill has become part of the landscape, moving invisibly from roof to roof, from threshold to threshold, settling over Jetavana like a second. Softer darkness made not of shadow but of care. Now let your awareness widen beyond the familiar circle of the monastery. There are people not far from these walls, strangers whose names you do not know and whose stories you will never hear in full. A traveler lying beneath a rough covering. A mother soothing a child. An old man turning carefully on a mat, trying to find a painless way to sleep. A merchant still half awake, counting tomorrow's concerns. A servant too tired even to finish a thought. Somewhere a person feels forgotten, somewhere another feels ashamed. Somewhere someone waits for morning with a heart that has grown heavy. You do not need to know them to wish them well. In truth, sometimes it is easiest to begin with strangers, because nothing tangled stands in the way. Their lives rise before the mind like distant lanterns, separate yet unmistakably alive. Offer them the same quiet blessing. May you be sheltered, may you be free from fear, may your sorrows lighten. May rest come to you. Let your goodwill travel without effort. The way the scent of night-blooming flowers drifts farther than the flowers themselves can see. Perhaps the whole grove begins to change as you do this. The silence no longer feels empty. It feels inhabited by gentle intention. The trees stand like patient witnesses to this unseen offering. The moon lays pale silver over roots and stones, as though kindness itself had taken visible form upon the ground. Even the sleeping paths, worn smooth by many bare feet, seem to hold memory of harmless passage, of lives guided not by conquest but by care. The monastery does not merely contain loving kindness, it expresses it. In bark, in breeze, in stillness, in shade, it keeps showing you how quietly goodness can spread. From strangers, let the heart turn naturally toward those you love. Call to mind one dear face, or several, without straining. Someone whose happiness matters to you, someone whose voice you know even in memory. Perhaps you see them as they once were in a simpler moment, smiling in afternoon light, or resting with all defenselessness of sleep. Love can bring sweetness, but it can also awaken concern. You may know their wounds. You may know what they carry in silence. You may know how fragile every life is, and how little power any of us has to shield another completely from sorrow. Tonight, you do not need to solve their lives. You do not need to hold them together with your worry. Let love become simpler than that. Let it become a blessing without grasping. May you be safe, may you be healthy, may joy visit you. May your heart be unburdened. May you rest in peace tonight. Feel how this kind of love does not tighten the chest. It loosens it. It does not clutch. It trusts. Perhaps this is one of the hidden mercies of loving kindness. It allows love to breathe. So much of human affection is mixed with fear, with wanting to keep, protect, persuade, or prevent. But goodwill says, I cherish you, and I do not need to imprison you inside my fear. I care for you, and I release the demand that life obey my wishes. In that release, the heart becomes less crowded. Sleep approaches more easily when love is no longer burdened by the impossible labor of control. And then, with patience, when you are ready, let this warmth touch someone more difficult, not the person who caused the deepest wound, unless the heart truly has room for that tonight. Choose someone only mildly hard to hold kindly, a tense face, a sharp voice, a person who disappointed you, ignored you, or brought friction into your day. Notice what happens inside when they come to mind. Perhaps the body tightens a little. Perhaps the old story begins to gather its familiar energy. This is where loving kindness becomes a quiet art, not because you excuse harm, and not because you pretend pain did not happen, but because you see that hardness in you is also a form of suffering. This difficult person, too, wishes in their own confused way to be free from pain. They may seek it clumsily, blindly, even hurtfully. They may be ruled by fears they do not understand, by wounds they pass on because they have never learned how to set them down. None of this makes what is harmful become harmless, but it can soften the illusion that they are made of some different substance than you. They, too, are fragile under all their defenses. They, too, are passing through change. They, too, will grow tired, lie down, dream, grieve, age, and one day vanish from this world. So if you can, offer a modest blessing. May you be freed from the causes of harm. May bitterness loosen in you. May you know peace. May your heart awaken. Let the words be humble. Let them be tentative if they must. Even a small loosening matters. Even a narrow doorway can admit fresh air. Notice what this does within you. The inner fist does not need to remain closed. The jaw does not need to guard itself forever. When goodwill touches resentment, it does not erase memory, but it changes the texture of the one who remembers. Something rigid begins to thaw. Something armored discovers it is tired of its own weight. This is not defeat. It is relief. It is the deep intelligence of the heart realizing that to carry less hatred is to lie down more lightly in the world. And now, as all these circles of kindness widen and mingle, self and monk, stranger and loved one, easy person and difficult one, the whole night at Jetavana seems to breathe with them. It is as though the trees are passing the blessing from leaf to leaf, as though moonlight lays it gently over roofs and thresholds, as though the sleeping paths themselves remember every step taken in peace and return that peace to anyone willing to receive it. The grove no longer feels like a background to your meditation. It feels alive with benevolence, an unseen field of friendliness in which nothing needs to defend itself so fiercely. This is why goodwill can make sleep feel different. Without it, sleep can seem like surrender to uncertainty, a falling away from watchfulness, a moment when the guarded self must release its post. But when the heart has been softened by loving kindness, sleep begins to feel less like surrender and more like trust. Trust in the body to breathe without your supervision. Trust in the night to hold you without harm. Trust in life, imperfect and changing as it is, to carry you for a few hours without demanding that you stay alert against every possibility. Loving kindness lays down the weapon before the battle arrives and discovers, sometimes, that there was no enemy in the room. So rest here for a while in this atmosphere of quiet blessing. Let kindness move where it wants to move. If one person returns to mind, bless them again. If your own tired heart asks once more for tenderness, give it. If the moonlit grove itself feels like a companion, let yourself be comforted by that strange and simple gift. You are not forcing the world to become good. You are touching the goodness that has always remained possible within it. As loving kindness widens beyond personal concerns, even the smallest sounds of the night begin to feel friendly and near. Listen now to how the monastery breathes after the day has folded itself away. No voice needs to explain the darkness. No lamp needs to argue with it. The night settles gently over Jetavana, and within that settling, tiny sounds begin to reveal themselves, one by one, not as interruptions but as companions. They do not ask anything of you. They do not require your attention in a tense or watchful way. They simply arrive, rest for a moment in the air and pass. Somewhere, in the grass, crickets begin their patient music. Their rhythm is so small, so steady, that it almost seems woven into the fabric of the night itself. They speak in delicate pulses, a soft repeating thread, as if reminding the earth that it is still alive, still turning, still held in order without strain. You do not need to count their calls. You do not need to follow one sound from another. Let them be a fine, shimmering backdrop to your own release. Let their constancy tell you what your tired mind may need to hear. Life continues peacefully even when you are not managing it. The crickets sing, and the night remains kind. The crickets sing, and nothing urgent is required. The crickets sing, and you are safe enough to rest. If a leaf stirs in the distance, hear that too. Perhaps a breeze has found the upper branches and moved through them with almost no weight at all. Perhaps one cluster of leaves touches another, and together they make a quiet brushing sound, dry and tender, like a hand smoothing a blanket. It comes and fades. Then stillness returns. Then another soft stirring arrives. There is no need to predict it. There is no need to hold on to the silence before it or the sound after it. The leaves know how to move when moved. The branches know how to bend without fear. The air knows where to go. And you, for this little while, do not need to know so much. You do not need to arrange the darkness. You do not need to supervise the wind. You do not need to keep watch over each passing moment. The leaves move and then they are still. This too can teach the heart how to rest. Now perhaps from somewhere along a footpath between the huts, there is the faint sound of sandals against the earth. Slow steps, unhurried steps. A monk crossing from one shelter to another, or perhaps moving quietly after evening duties are done. The sound is light, almost swallowed by the soil. A touch, a pause, another touch, then nothing. No drama, no disturbance, only the simple proof that another human life is nearby, living gently in the same night. How comforting that can be. Not crowdedness, not noise, not demand, only nearness without intrusion. Only presence without pressure. Someone passes and the world does not become tense. Someone passes and the silence is not broken, only shaped for a moment. Someone passes and then quiet gathers again, soft as water returning to stillness. You can let those quiet sandals remind you that not everything needs to be announced. Not every movement in life arrives with explanation. So much of what is good comes softly. So much of what is trustworthy leaves only the faintest trace. A step in the night, a robe brushing a doorway, a hand setting something down with care. These small sounds do not ask you to rise and respond. They ask only to be heard as part of a peaceful whole. And in one of the nearby huts, perhaps so near you would miss it if you strained too hard to notice, there is breathing. Another sleeper, or someone already deep in meditation, letting the chest rise and fall in its own quiet devotion. A long breath in, a slower breath out, or a breath so subtle it seems barely there, yet it is there. Human life, continuing without display. breath entering, breath leaving, again, again. This too can soothe you. Someone breathes and the night remains gentle. Someone breathes and the world does not demand your effort. Someone breathes and you are reminded that life is carrying itself. Perhaps your own breath begins to listen to that unseen rhythm. Not to imitate it exactly, not to perform calmness, but simply to remember that the body already knows many things the mind forgets. The body knows how to soften its grip. The body knows how to rest against what supports it. The body knows how to breathe in darkness, how to breathe in silence, how to breathe when there is nothing left to solve before morning. Let the breathing in those nearby huts, whether imagined or faintly heard, become a blessing to you, not because you must think of the other person in detail, but because shared rest is deeply reassuring. Around you, hidden by walls and trees and folds of night, others are also lying down, also growing quiet, also releasing the day from their hands. You are not alone in this descent. The monastery is full of sleeping, full of exhaling, full of hearts beating without announcement. And then there is the hush between sounds. Do not pass over that hush too quickly. It is not merely what remains when noise stops. It is not a blank interval waiting to be filled. It has a quality of its own, a texture, a tenderness. After the crickets, there is hush. After the leaves, there is hush. After the sandals have gone by, there is hush. After a breath is heard and released, there is hush again. This hush is not empty. It is inhabited. It is warm with presence. It is as if the whole monastery rests inside it. You may notice how the mind, at first, tries to lean forward into that hush and ask what comes next. Another cricket? Another step? Another stir of leaves. But nothing is required to come next in order for this moment to be complete. The hush itself is complete. The pause itself is sufficient. It holds the sounds, and it also holds you. Rest in the hush. Rest in the sound. Rest in the hush again. Nothing is missing. Nothing is chasing you. Nothing here needs to become other than it is. The night offers this lesson over and over, in forms so gentle they do not wound the heart with force. A cricket calls, and then there is the leaf shivers, and then there is space. A sandal touches the path, and then there is space. A sleeper exhales, and then there is space. Sound and space, presence and release. Contact and letting go. The whole monastery seems to breathe in this way. The whole night seems to say, very softly, you do not have to hold everything together. You do not have to hold the trees in place. You do not have to keep the insects singing. You do not have to maintain the breath in every chest. You do not have to guard the silence. Life is happening quietly, faithfully, all around you, without your control and without your failure. It is happening in a way that is ordinary and miraculous at once. The leaves are moved by a wind you did not summon. The crickets sing from a wisdom older than thought. Feet cross the earth and then grow still. Lungs draw breath and release it. Night deepens. The body rests. This is enough. More than enough. If any part of you has been clinging to the habit of vigilance, let these sounds loosen it gently. Not by argument, but by repetition. Listen, the cricket again, nothing bad follows. The leaves again, nothing bad follows. A faint movement near a doorway, nothing bad follows. Breathing in the hut beside yours, nothing bad follows. Again and again the night teaches trust, not through grand promises, but through small fulfillments. Sound comes, sound goes. Silence receives it. You remain safe, again the crickets, again the leaves, again the hush. Again, the soft fact that the world is continuing by itself. This can be a deep comfort to a weary heart, especially a heart that has tried for so long to anticipate every need, prevent every mistake, brace against every possible sorrow. But here, in this sheltered darkness, no such labor is needed. The night creatures are not asking for plans. The trees are not asking for explanations. The quiet footsteps are not asking for judgment. Even silence is not asking you to achieve serenity. Everything is simply being what it is, softly, faithfully, enough. Let that simplicity surround you. The cricket does not wonder whether it is singing correctly. The leaf does not worry whether it should have remained still. The sandal does not regret the step once taken. The sleeper does not command the breath to continue with speeches and fear. Each thing belongs to its nature, and because it belongs, it can relax into itself. Perhaps you can relax a little too. Not perfectly, not all at once. Just enough to feel the support beneath you more clearly. Just enough to let your forehead soften. Just enough to let the jaw unfasten. Just enough to let the chest be moved by breathing rather than by effort. The sounds keep arriving in their humble wisdom. Here is a cheer in the grass. Here is a dry whisper in the branches. Here is a nearly invisible footfall. Here is the low rise and fall of sleeping life. Each one says the same thing in a different language. Be here. Be soft. You are held. Nothing in this moment requires you to tighten. And when nothing is heard for a little while, even that says something kind. The hush says, I am here too. I am not abandonment. I am not absence. I am the space in which all things can rest together. I am the room around the sounds. I am the cradle that receives them when they fade. I am the part of night that does not shout, because it does not need to prove itself. So let yourself be soothed not only by what you hear, but by what gently surrounds what you hear. Let the little sounds be like lanterns very far apart along a path, and let the darkness between them be tender, not threatening. Let each small note remind you that the world is alive. Let each interval remind you that life can be quiet and still worthy of trust. If a thought rises, let it pass like the sandals passing. If a memory stirs, let it rustle through like leaves and settle again. If a feeling pulses, let it come and go like the crickets in the grass. If you notice your own breath, let it join the unseen breathing in the nearby huts, part of one larger field of rest. You are not outside this peace, listening in from a distance. You are within it. Your body is one more quiet dwelling in the monastery night. Your breath is one more gentle rhythm among many. Your stillness belongs to the stillness around you. Even your wakefulness, if some remains, need not be a problem. It too can lie down in this atmosphere and become less sharp, less guarded, less alone. The monastery does not insist that every sound be erased. It does not need a perfect silence to be holy. Instead, it gathers these little noises into a greater calm. It lets them arise and settle naturally, each one held by a silence wide enough to welcome it. You can learn from that. You can let the small stirrings in your own mind arise and settle in a wider kindness. You can let them be held rather than fought. Crickets in the grass, leaves in the dark, sandals on the earth, breathing in the huts, hush between all things. A simple litany of peace, a simple pattern of reassurance, a simple reminder that the world in this moment is not asking to be conquered, only noticed, only trusted, only allowed. And perhaps this is why the night can feel so merciful. It does not demand brilliance. It does not demand speed. It does not demand certainty. It asks for a different kind of knowing, one that listens more than it names, one that receives more than it arranges. The sounds of Jetavana become gentle teachers in this way. They do not lecture. They do not insist. They repeat their lesson until the body begins to understand. Softly life continues, softly you are carried, softly you may let go. Held by these subtle sounds, the mind can now descend beneath language into a quieter wisdom of the body and heart. Now that listening has softened the mind, attention can rest a little lower, a little nearer, where the day has been quietly stored. The body has its own memory. It remembers the hurried moments that the mind has already tried to explain away. It remembers the conversations that tightened the throat, the small disappointments that settled behind the ribs, the old reflex of preparing for what might go wrong. Even in safety, the body can continue its watch. Even in stillness, it can remain slightly braced, as if night were something to withstand instead of enter. So for a while, let nothing be required except this gentle noticing. Feel the place where your jaw meets itself. So often it holds a hidden effort, a pressure so familiar it goes unnamed. There may be a faint clenching in the teeth, a gathering at the hinges of the mouth, a subtle habit of staying prepared. You do not need to force it open. You do not need to make the face slack all at once. Just let the jaw know it has reached the evening. Let the tongue lie down from its work. Let the space behind the lips become unguarded. If there is still a trace of holding, that too can be seen kindly. The body learned many ways to protect itself. Tonight it is simply being shown that it may choose another way. Around you, Jetavana is not straining. The trees are not clenched against the dark. The pathways do not harden themselves against the feet that have already passed over them. The monks in their huts are not wrestling with the silence. All through the monastery there is a quiet order, not rigid, not cold, but settled. You may let your own face be included in that order. Brow unburdened, eyes resting in their sockets, cheeks no longer carrying the expressions of the day. The whole countenance becoming simpler, more like water at dusk, no longer trying to prove anything to anyone. Then perhaps notice the neck, where so much is carried between thought and feeling, between the head that plans and the heart that endures. If the throat is tight, there is no need to interrogate it. We do not ask it for a story. We only offer a little room. Let the front of the throat soften. Let the sides of the neck lengthen out of their vigilance. Imagine that the night air of Jetavana, cool and gentle, passes there without obstruction. Nothing threatening enters with the breath. Nothing must be kept out. This moment is not an argument. It is not an alarm. It is only one breath arriving and another breath leaving. From there, the shoulders may come into awareness, those faithful workers, so often raised before the mind even notices worry. How many times they have lifted themselves in readiness. How many times they have borne duties, expectations, invisible weights. If they sit high now, let them be met with gratitude before they are invited to descend. They were trying to help. They were trying to keep watch. They were trying to carry what felt necessary. And now perhaps they can put some of it down. Let one shoulder drop a fraction, then the other. Not by command, but by permission. Feel the broad span across the collarbones. Feel the backs of the shoulders loosening away from the ears. Sense the shoulder blades resting more honestly against whatever holds you up. The earth is underneath. The breath is moving by itself. Understanding, too, is here in a quiet form, not as a thought to grasp, but as a lived recognition. This body does not need to defend itself from the night. The night, in this place, is not an attacker. It is a cloak. It is a shelter. It is a vast dark kindness under which all beings are invited to become less burdened. Let the arms receive that message next. The upper arms softening from effort. The elbows no longer fixed. The forearms unwinding. The hands especially may need tenderness. Hands know how to hold on. They know how to grasp, to arrange, to protect, to perform. Even at rest they can remain slightly curled, as if keeping possession of unfinished things. See if the palms can open a little more. Let the fingers uncurl from their invisible tasks. Nothing is being asked of them now. Nothing must be solved tonight by the strength of your hands. There can be something unexpectedly moving in this small release. When the hands let go, the heart often follows. We do not always notice how much emotional guarding travels through the body as tiny contractions. A tightened fist, a braced forearm, a chest that never fully empties, a belly that stays drawn in, as if softness itself were unsafe. These are not failures, they are old forms of intelligence, learned perhaps in moments when being guarded seemed wise. But wisdom can ripen. What was once needed does not have to remain permanent. The body can be thanked for its vigilance without being left inside it forever. Notice now the chest, not the idea of the chest, but the actual movement there, however slight, the rising, the falling, the ribs widening and returning. If there is pressure across the heart area, meet it gently. No need to break it apart. No need to heal everything tonight. Simply feel whether one more degree of openness is possible. Let the sternum be less defended. Let the muscles between the ribs stop listening for danger. Let the breath touch places it has been skimming over. Sometimes the chest hardens because feeling has once been too much. Sometimes it closes because tenderness has seemed risky. Sometimes we armor ourselves not against the world alone, but against the possibility of our own depth. Yet here in the hush of Jetavana, where lamps have been dimmed and footsteps have faded, and the whole monastery abides in a patient stillness, there is no urgency to hide from what is human. The heart need not perform composure. It need not hold itself like a gate. It can simply be a living center in a resting body, beating without ceremony, continuing its quiet service in the dark. And lower still, bring your attention to the belly. This is a place many people hold without even knowing. The belly learns early to tighten, to anticipate, to protect the softer life inside. It draws inward when there is fear, when there is shame, when there is effort, when there is the old belief that one must stay ready. But for this moment, readiness is not required. Let the abdomen receive the breath instead of resisting it. Let it rise a little on the inhale, settle a little on the exhale. If that feels unfamiliar, that is all right. Trust returns by degrees. Rest, too, may come in small permissions. Imagine the earth beneath Jetavana, dark and steady, receiving the roots of trees, the walls of huts, the wandering of small creatures in the grass. That same earth receives you. You do not have to hold yourself up entirely by will. The ground has already agreed to participate. Gravity is not your enemy. Support is not something you must earn. The belly can soften when it remembers this. The lower back can release when it understands it is being held. The body can become heavier without becoming endangered. Feel, if you can, the basin of the hips. Often there is effort there, a subtle gripping that lingers long after movement has ended. Let that deep center unclench. Let the seat grow broad and settled. Let the muscles around the pelvis stop trying to organize the night. There is nowhere to go now, no posture to perfect, no discipline of tension required. Even here, in a place shaped by practice and clarity, peace is not made by hardening. It is made by aligning with what is already true. This breath, this ground, this moment, enough. Then, the legs. The thighs, which carry so much of our going forward, can release their labor. The knees can unlock from hidden readiness. The calves can soften from their long service. The ankles can rest in their own small honesty. Let the feet themselves become quiet. The soles no longer preparing to stand. The toes no longer gripping at balance. Every part of the legs being told, in the oldest language of sensation, that the day's journey is over. And if some part does not immediately believe it, be patient. The body is not stubborn, it is careful. It has reasons for its hesitations. It may have spent years learning that to relax fully was unsafe, unwise, or impossible. So tonight you are not demanding surrender. You are teaching trust. You are saying, through repeated gentleness, through unforced attention, through the rhythm of breathing and the evidence of this calm place, you may loosen, you may stop scanning, you may rest without abandoning yourself. There is a difference between collapse and surrender. Collapse is what happens when strength is exhausted. Surrender, in this quiet sense, is what happens when strength realizes it no longer needs to guard what is already protected. Here at Jetavana, the order of the evening supports this understanding. The huts are still. The pathways wait without impatience. The trees stand in their rooted composure. The teachings that have been lived here are not pressing upon you as concepts. They are present as atmosphere. Nothing is gripping. Nothing is rushing. Nothing is insisting that peace be earned through struggle. Let the whole body hear that. From the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, there can be a gradual unfastening, not dramatic, not sudden, just the quiet release of unnecessary effort. The jaw no longer keeps its watch. The shoulders no longer hold the sky. The chest no longer bars the door. The belly no longer braces against unnamed futures. The hands no longer clutch their invisible burdens. The legs no longer prepare to flee. One by one, the old sentries grow drowsy and lay down their posts. And what remains when guarding softens is not emptiness, but presence. A warmer, rounder kind of awareness, breath moving, heartbeat, earth holding, night surrounding, understanding ripening without words. You are not required to make this happen perfectly. Even now, their made places still tight, still uncertain, still listening for trouble. Let them remain if they must. Trust is not an order. It is an invitation repeated kindly until it is believed. Perhaps you can feel how emotional protection and physical tension have long been woven together. A defended feeling becomes a defended muscle. An old sorrow becomes a hardness in the throat. A habit of self-protection becomes a chest that cannot fully open, a stomach that cannot fully soften, a hand that cannot quite release. To see this is already merciful, and to see it without blame is even more so. The body was never trying to betray you. It was trying in its limited and loyal way to keep you intact. But tonight, intact does not need to mean armored. Tonight, safety does not need to look like contraction. Tonight, wisdom may take the form of softness. As the monastery keeps its silent rhythm, let that rhythm enter you. Let your body feel itself among the huts, the trees, the cooling earth, the creatures hidden in the grass. Not separate from the peace here, but included in it. Your resting is part of the evening. Your softening belongs to the same order as the dimming light, the settling air, the stillness around the sleeping paths. There is nothing out of place in this. A body learning trust is not interrupting the calm of Jetavana. It is joining it. So remain here for a few breaths more, not striving for deeper rest, only allowing the rest that is already near. Let each exhale carry away one last grain of effort. Let each inhale arrive as proof that life can enter gently. Let the whole body receive the simple dharma of this moment, supported by earth, accompanied by breath, clarified by awakened understanding. You do not need to defend yourself against this night. And as the body gives up its last small resistances, the teachings can settle more deeply, not as ideas but as lived quiet. In this quiet deepening, something very kind can be understood. You do not have to do this evening well. You do not have to prove that you know how to rest. You do not have to shape your mind into some pure and shining form before peace is allowed to come near. Here at Jetavana, under the shelter of night, no hidden judge is waiting to measure the quality of your stillness. No one is asking whether your breathing is calm enough, whether your thoughts are spiritual enough, whether your heart has become serene on schedule. Many people carry a secret burden even into places of prayer, meditation, and silence. They come looking for relief, but they also bring effort sharpened by hope. They try to breathe correctly. They try to release correctly. They try to become inwardly quiet by applying more and more pressure to the mind, as if peace were a difficult lesson to be mastered. And when the mind wanders, they feel they have failed. When the body remains tense, they assume they are doing something wrong. When sleep does not arrive quickly, they imagine they have somehow missed the path. But this path, especially tonight, is gentler than that. The Buddha did not point only toward discipline as something hard and punishing. He pointed toward understanding. He pointed toward seeing clearly the movements of suffering and the ending of suffering. There is care in that seeing and patience and honesty. There is steadiness, yes, but not cruelty. There is sincerity, but not performance. The way opens not because you force yourself into holiness, but because you begin to stop fighting what is already true. Perhaps the mind is busy. Let that be known gently. Perhaps a thought rises, then another, then another. Let that too be known. Perhaps some part of you is still evaluating the moment, wondering whether you are calm enough yet, quiet enough yet, surrendered enough yet. Even this can be noticed with tenderness. without making it into another problem. There is such relief in no longer turning every inner movement into a test. A thought is not a failure. Restlessness is not a moral flaw. Sleepiness is not an achievement. Wakefulness is not a mistake. They are changing conditions moving through awareness, as clouds move through the evening sky above the monastery grounds. Some are thick, some thin. Some glow faintly in the afterlight. Some dissolve before they can fully form. None of them require you to become alarmed. If you have ever tried very hard to be peaceful, you may know how exhausting that effort can become. The jaw softens for one breath, then tightens again around expectation. The shoulders lower, then quietly lift under the old habit of managing everything. The mind says, "I must let go," and in that very command it holds on a little tighter. The heart says, "I should be beyond this by now," and in that sentence creates a new layer of struggle around whatever was already there. So tonight, perhaps another way is possible. Instead of asking, "How can I succeed at resting?" you might simply notice that you are already here. Breath is happening. Night is unfolding. The body is being held by what supports it. Sounds may come and go. Thoughts may come and go. Feelings may come and go. Yet beneath all this movement, there is no demand that you accomplish your existence before you are permitted to inhabit it. You do not earn this moment by getting it right. The mind trained by the world often believes everything valuable must be achieved through effort. We are taught to improve, refine, optimize, correct. In many parts of life this effort has its place, but there are thresholds that do not open to force. There are doors that become visible only when pushing ceases. Rest is one of them. Inner quiet is often one of them too. Imagine trying to smooth water with your hands. The harder you press, the more ripples you create. Yet when the hands grow still, the surface begins to settle by itself. In the same way, there are moments when the kindest thing you can do for the mind is not to intervene so aggressively, not to command silence, not to demand purity, not to tighten around the wish to be free of all tension, just to allow experience to be felt without immediately turning it into a project. This does not mean indifference. It does not mean drifting in confusion. It means a softer wisdom, one that knows the difference between caring and controlling. You can care for the mind without wrestling it. You can accompany the breath without supervising it. You can welcome the body as it is, not only as it might be after more improvement. And maybe this matters especially for those who have turned the spiritual life into one more place to perform. It can happen so quietly. A person begins with longing for truth, for peace, for release from suffering. Then gradually the longing becomes ambition. Meditation becomes another arena in which the self tries to become successful, admirable, purified. One compares today's stillness to yesterday's. One measures depth, judges distraction, chases special states, and quietly fears falling short. What began as a path toward freedom becomes one more burden to carry. But the Dharma can be received in another spirit. Tonight it can be received the way dry earth receives cool evening air. Not by straining upward, but by opening. Not by proving worthiness, but by ceasing to refuse what is already offered. The teachings do not ask you to become someone else before they can soothe you. They meet you in the life that is here now, in this mind, this body, this hour, this mixture of weariness and sincerity, and human incompleteness. If the mind is noisy, let the noise be part of what is known. If the body is uneasy, let the uneasiness be included. If emotions move in strange, unsteady ways, let them pass through the field of kindness instead of through a courtroom of judgment. This too is understanding. This too is practice. There is a quiet dignity in no longer scolding yourself for being alive in a human way. The Buddha understood the movements of fear, craving, confusion, fatigue, and longing because he understood the human heart. The path was never meant to be walked by pretending these things do not exist. It was meant to be walked with enough awareness that they need not rule you, and enough compassion that they need not shame you. So, if you notice a subtle pressure in yourself right now, perhaps you can soften around that pressure, not by force, but by recognition. Maybe there is a part of you still trying to reach the perfect depth of calm. Maybe a small anxious voice is asking whether this night is being used well, whether this listening is working, whether enough peace has been produced. You do not need to argue with that voice. You do not need to silence it violently. You can simply hear it, as you might hear a distant footstep in the monastery courtyard, and let it pass without following. There is freedom in not building a self out of every passing thought. A thought says, "I am not doing this right," but that sentence does not become truth just because it appears. Another thought says, "I should be farther along by now." That too is only a movement of mind, not a final verdict on your path. If such thoughts arise, let them arise in a larger space. They do not have to become the center of the evening. They can be small things, temporary things, brief weather passing through a vast and patient sky. The vastness matters. When striving loosens, awareness feels less crowded. The night seems to widen around you. There is more room for breath, more room for imperfection, more room for pauses that do not need to be filled. You may begin to sense that calm is not always something you manufacture. Sometimes it is what remains when unnecessary effort falls away. This can feel almost unfamiliar at first. We are so used to reaching for improvement, for certainty, for spiritual progress, for a sign that we are finally becoming what we hope to be. Even rest can become something pursued with a clenched hand. But peace is not always found at the end of reaching. Sometimes it appears beside you when the reaching grows tired. Sometimes it enters quietly when there is no longer so much grasping at the door. The evening at Jetavana seems to understand this without words. Trees do not strain to be still. The dim paths do not try to become sacred. The air does not struggle to be soft. Things are resting in their nature, and because of that, they offer a teaching deeper than instruction. They show how much can happen without force. They show how presence does not need to announce itself. They show how stillness can be shared without anyone possessing it. You are allowed to learn from that simplicity. You are allowed to stop trying to meditate perfectly. You are allowed to stop checking the mind every few moments to see whether it has become pure enough. You are allowed to stop negotiating with calm, as if it were payment that arrives only after sufficient effort. You are allowed just for now to be one more living presence in the night. Breathing, feeling. Not finished, not perfected, not disqualified. And if peace does not arrive in some dramatic way, nothing has gone wrong. A gentle night does not need to become a mystical event in order to be healing. A little less tension is enough for this moment. A little more friendliness toward your own mind is enough for this moment. A willingness not to struggle with every thought is enough. The path can be this humble. The Dharma can enter this quietly. Sometimes what heals is not the triumph of control, but the end of opposition. Not the conquest of the restless mind, but the discovery that restlessness can be met without fear. Not the creation of an ideal inner state, but the soft confidence that whatever arises can be held in awareness without violence. And perhaps now, the body can hear that message more deeply. You do not need to hold yourself in readiness. You do not need to brace for a test. You do not need to achieve a certain kind of silence before you deserve to be soothed by the dark. The night is not withholding itself from you. The teachings are not standing at a distance, waiting for better behavior. They are close. They are simple. They are already touching the edges of your experience. Just this breath known gently. Just this body as it is. Just this mind moving as minds do. Just this moment not perfected yet fully here. There is something profoundly merciful in allowing practice to become this simple. When the need to succeed relaxes, the heart often relaxes with it. When self-judgment loosens, the breath deepens on its own. When the inward demand softens, space returns. And in that space, peace may come not as an achievement, but as a natural settling, like dust in a room after movement stops, like a pond after wind has passed, like evening deepening over Jetavana, without anyone needing to arrange it. So let the old effort rest now too. Let the inner supervisor grow quiet. Let the one who is always checking, always correcting, always reaching for a better state, sit down for a while. Nothing essential is lost when striving loosens. Something truer may actually become visible, the awareness that has been here all along, spacious enough to hold effort and ease, noise and silence, longing and release. Stay close to that spaciousness, but not as a task. More like a trust. More like remembering that you do not have to force open what is already opening. The night is wide enough for your unpolished humanity. The path is gentle enough to include your tiredness. The stillness here does not belong only to the disciplined or the accomplished. It is shared freely, like moonlight touching roof tiles, tree roots, sleeping birds, and the quiet ground beneath them all. And with striving laid down, the whole atmosphere seems to widen. The darkness no longer feels like something to enter correctly. It simply receives you. The silence no longer asks for excellence. It offers companionship. In that softened, unguarded space, where nothing more needs to be won, you may begin to sense a deeper simplicity waiting nearby, as though the night itself were inviting you to rest not alone, but within a vast and gentle stillness shared by all things. That shared stillness begins to take on a more human warmth now, as if the silence of Jetavana is not empty at all, but gently inhabited. Beyond the trees, beyond the meditation paths and the moon-washed clearings, the monastery rests in its many simple shelters. Small dwellings stand quietly in the night, modest and unadorned, holding within them the soft presence of those who have also completed their day. Behind one wall, a monk lies on his side upon a plain mat. In another hut, someone older settles slowly, with the careful movements of a body that has known many seasons. Elsewhere, a younger monk, once troubled by restless thoughts, now lets sleep come with less resistance than before. None of them are perfectly alike. Each carries a different history, a different temperament, a different tenderness of heart. And yet all are gathered here by the same refuge, the same training, the same steady turning toward peace. You can imagine the quiet of those rooms. No luxury, no excess, no effort to create comfort through possession, only what is needed. A robe folded nearby, a water pot, a place to lie down. The humbleness of these spaces does not feel harsh tonight. It feels reassuring. It says that little is required for rest, when the heart is no longer chasing what cannot soothe it. These monks are held not by walls alone, but by something more enduring than wood or clay. They are supported by discipline that has shaped the day, by faith that has guided their steps, and by the living memory of the Buddha's words, repeated so often that they have become like a low lamp inside the mind. Perhaps one monk, before sleep, quietly recalls a teaching heard earlier in the day, not as a concept to analyze, but as a familiar thread that eases the heart. Another lets his breath settle while remembering the calm voice of the Blessed One, speaking plainly of suffering and release, of patience, of mindfulness, of the freedom that grows from understanding. Somewhere an elder, long practiced in the way, closes his eyes with gratitude, not because life has become free of pain, but because the path through pain is known. And somewhere a novice, still uncertain in many ways, rests more deeply, simply because he is not trying to walk alone. Around him are those who know the road, those who have stumbled and risen, those who continue with quiet sincerity. This too is part of the refuge. There is a deep comfort in knowing that weariness is shared. Your tiredness is not a private failure here. It is part of being alive in a body, part of seeking wisely, part of having moved through another day with whatever care you could bring. In these small dwellings throughout Jetavana, others are also tired. Others have also felt the weight of the body, the drifting of attention, the ache of old memories, the uncertainty of progress. Others have also wondered at times whether the heart can truly become peaceful, and still they remain, they rest, they wake, they practice again. The simplicity of this shared rhythm carries a quiet strength. It may be soothing to feel this now. You are not alone in the labor of softening, not alone in the moments when the mind refuses to settle quickly, not alone in the strange tenderness that comes when effort gives way, and one sees how vulnerable the heart has always been. Across the monastery, in one hut after another, breathing slows, limbs loosen, thought thins. The guardianship of the night extends evenly over all. No one needs to announce their struggle. No one needs to explain their fatigue. It is understood without words. The Sangha, even in sleep, is a field of mutual support. The companionship here is subtle. It does not depend on conversation or display. These monks are not comforting one another through constant reassurance. Their closeness is quieter than that. It lives in shared vows, shared meals, shared teachings, shared restraint, shared aspiration. It lives in the fact that each one has given his life, in however incomplete a way, to the same orientation of heart. To live among others who value simplicity, who honor wakefulness, who bow toward truth again and again, is itself a kind of shelter. Even when each person retires to his own dwelling, the bond remains. Solitude is present, but it is not isolation. Silence is present, but it is not abandonment. You may let yourself feel the blessing of that distinction. To be alone for a while is one thing. To feel alone in existence is another. Here at Jetavana, the night gently dissolves that deeper loneliness. The whole monastery seems to say, without speaking, that your path need not be walked in exile from all others. There are companions in discipline, companions in uncertainty, companions in healing, companions in hope. There are those who understand the wish to be free from inner turbulence. There are those who know the humbling truth that peace is not manufactured by force, but uncovered through careful seeing and kind endurance. There are those who have sat with the same human mind and learned not to fear all of its weather. Imagine the monastery from above, as though the stars themselves were quietly watching. Beneath the dark canopy of the sky, the dwellings rest among the trees. Like simple notes in a single composition, no hut stands apart in pride. No life here glitters more brightly than another. The stillness that covers one roof covers all roofs. The cool air moves through branches and over pathways, touching every corner with equal gentleness. Somewhere, an oil lamp has already gone out. Somewhere, another leaves only the faintest glow before dimming into darkness. Yet, even in darkness, each dwelling belongs to the greater whole. Each sleeping figure is part of one breathing community, and it is as if the monastery itself breathes. In one hut, an inhale rises and falls. In another, a chest slowly softens. In another, a dream passes lightly and the body settles deeper into rest. These separate breaths, uncounted and unforced, seem to join the breathing of the night insects, the breathing of the trees releasing the warmth of day, the breathing of the earth cooling beneath moonlight. The Sangha at rest is not a rigid formation, it is a living harmony. Distinct lives, distinct hearts, held within one atmosphere of devotion and peace. You can listen inwardly for that harmony, not with your ears alone, but with the quiet faculty that senses belonging. Feel how different it is from the loneliness of striving in isolation. Here, no one is required to prove worthiness before being allowed to rest. Rest is part of the path. Being cared for by the structure of a wise life is part of the path. Being upheld by teachings remembered in the dark is part of the path. Even failing and beginning again, under the patient witness of a compassionate community, is part of the path. The Sangha is not made holy because no one falters. It is made trustworthy because it continues to hold each member within the intention to awaken. So many people move through the world feeling they must carry everything in secret. Their weariness becomes hidden. Their fear becomes private. Their longing for peace becomes something almost embarrassing, tucked away beneath duties and appearances. But this night at Jetavana offers another possibility. Here the heart may unburden itself simply by entering a field where simplicity is honored and tenderness is not a weakness. To be among those who have chosen restraint over noise, contemplation over distraction, truth over ornament, is to feel that the soul has found clean air. If you wish, you may imagine yourself here not as an outsider looking in, but as someone gently received. No one demands a history from you. No one asks you to defend your tiredness. The night has already made room. A place has quietly opened, as naturally as one more mat laid down in a simple room, as naturally as one more breath joining a larger stillness. You are not intruding upon this peace. You are being included in it. The circle of calm does not close against you. It widens. Perhaps you feel yourself walking softly between the dwellings, not to disturb, only to sense the tenderness of this communal rest. Each hut holds a life committed, however imperfectly, to the ending of suffering. Each one contains human limitation and human sincerity together. Some who sleep here have known doubt. Some have known grief. Some have known anger, confusion, longing, and regret. Yet all have come under the same training, the same guidance, the same aspiration to understand the heart and free it from needless torment. There is comfort in that honesty. Peace here is not the denial of struggle. It is what becomes possible when struggle is met in wise company. You may notice how your own breathing changes as you take this in. Perhaps it grows slower, less guarded. Perhaps the body no longer feels like a solitary outpost that must remain alert against everything. To belong, even in imagination, can soften muscles that argument never reaches. To feel surrounded by lives ordered toward goodness can quiet an anxiety too old for words. Let that happen if it wishes to happen. There is nothing to force. The monastery is not demanding that you become serene on command. It is only offering the gentle persuasion of example. Many beings resting in trust. Many minds laying down the burden for a few hours. Many hearts turning toward peace together. The stars above Jetavana shine over all of this without preference. Over the elder and the novice. Over the confident and the uncertain. Over the one who meditated deeply and the one whose mind wandered all evening. The night does not sort the worthy from the unworthy before offering coolness, darkness, and quiet. It covers all with the same vast patience. In this way, the whole scene becomes a teaching without speech. You do not have to be perfected before you are allowed to be held by stillness. You do not have to arrive at the end of the path before you receive the mercy of belonging. And what a gentle thing it is to be adopted for a while into such a field. To feel that somewhere in the world there exists a way of living where peace is practiced collectively, where restraint protects tenderness, where shared purpose lightens private sorrow. Even if your own life is far from these ancient dwellings, something in you can recognize this atmosphere. The heart knows the difference between noise and refuge. It knows when it is being pressed and when it is being welcomed. Here, beneath the unseen stars and among the sleeping monks, welcome moves quietly through the dark like a blessing. So let yourself settle a little more deeply into that blessing. Let the image of the Sangha at rest surround you like a soft perimeter of care. You need not carry the entire journey tonight. Others, too, have walked with questions unanswered. Others, too, have lain down with incomplete understanding, trusting that dawn will come and practice can continue. Others, too, have needed sleep before insight, gentleness before clarity, belonging before courage. There is no shame in this. It is part of the way living beings are ripened. All across Jetavana, rest continues. The trees stand watch without strain. The pathways lie empty and pale. The huts keep their quiet vows. Within them, men devoted to awakening sleep in simplicity, supported by teachings planted deeply in memory and by the nearness of one another's faithful lives. Nothing spectacular is happening, and because of that, something profoundly peaceful is happening. A whole community is surrendering, for a few hours, into harmlessness and trust. A whole monastery is breathing together beneath the stars. Stay with that for a little while. The many becoming one atmosphere, the separate lives joined by a single intention, the soft dignity of humble shelter, the relief of not being the only tired heart, not the only searching mind, not the only one still learning how to let go. In this shared quiet, your own edges may begin to soften. You may feel less like a solitary self enclosed in its own concerns, and more like one note resting inside a larger chord of peace. And from this deep sense of being held among others, awareness may begin to lift on its own, gently, naturally, as if the calm that fills the monastery is widening beyond the roofs and trees. The stillness below invites the gaze above. The quiet breaths of the Sangha seem to open into the vastness over Jetavana, where the night sky waits in immense and silent composure, carrying the monastery, the forest, and every resting heart into a greater peace still. Above the sleeping monastery, the night has opened fully now, vast and unhurried. Moonlight spills across Jetavana with a quiet generosity, touching the edges of tiled rooftops until they seem softened, silvered, almost weightless. It settles along the upper branches of the trees, finding each leaf that still turns lightly in the evening air. It stretches over the footpaths worn smooth by many sandaled feet, laying pale ribbons across the earth where, by day, monks and visitors passed with their questions, their duties, their bowls, their prayers. Now those same paths rest in silence, and the moon makes no distinction between stone and soil, between the dwelling of a teacher and the hut of a novice. Everything receives the same gentle light. If you let your inner gaze follow that light, you may notice how quietly it transforms the familiar. What was ordinary by day becomes tender by night. A roof beam, a clay wall, a water jar near a doorway, a low branch leaning over a path, all of it seems to belong to a softer world. Nothing has changed in its true nature, and yet everything appears less demanding, less fixed, less bound to its daytime purpose. Under moonlight, the monastery is not a place of tasks to complete or identities to uphold. It is simply a resting of forms beneath the sky, and above the silvered roofs and dark crowns of the trees, stars begin to appear through openings in the canopy. At first only a few, quiet and patient, visible between the leaves like watchful, calm, then more of them, a subtle sprinkling in the dark, distant and steady. They do not announce themselves. They do not ask to be understood. They are simply there, beyond the nearest branches, beyond the familiar clearings, beyond every small enclosure of thought. Their presence widens the whole night. You might imagine standing for a moment at the edge of the monastery grounds, where the trees part just enough to reveal a larger sweep of sky. The air is cool on your skin. The earth beneath you still holds a little of the day's warmth. Somewhere a night insect hums its small continuous note. Somewhere farther off, leaves shift and settle. The monastery behind you grows quieter still, as though even the buildings themselves have entered meditation. Before you, the sky extends without visible boundary. No wall contains it, no hand arranges it, no anxious mind can measure it. In such a moment, personal worries can begin to loosen, not because they are mocked or denied, but because they are held inside something immeasurably larger. The mind often suffers by circling the same small field again and again, tracing the same hurt, the same unfinished conversation, the same fear about tomorrow, until the narrow circle feels like the whole world. But the night sky does not agree that your worry is the whole world. It does not reject your pain. It simply surrounds it with vastness. It places your thoughts where they truly belong, as brief movements inside an immeasurable expanse. Perhaps there is something you have been carrying for many days. A regret that returns at quiet hours. A fear that has no clear shape and yet presses inward from all sides. A burden of responsibility. A private sadness. Under the stars, these things need not be forced away. You do not have to win a battle against them. Instead, you may let them rise for a moment as clouds rise in a broad sky, seen clearly, allowed to pass, unable to occupy the whole of awareness, unless grasping makes them seem larger than they are. The moon continues touching the branches above, and where the leaves part, the stars look through. It is a beautiful thing, this meeting of nearness and distance. The branch close enough to hear in the wind. The star so far away that no human journey could reach it. The path beneath your feet, the depth above your head. And you are here between them, breathing. Not separate from the earth, not separate from the sky, but included within this immense and tender arrangement. Small, yes, but not abandoned. Brief, yes, but not without belonging. There is a comfort in remembering that your life does not need to be the center of everything in order to be precious. In fact, much of your strain may come from trying, even unconsciously, to hold too much at the center. The self gathers its concerns and says, this matters most. This must be solved now. This feeling defines me. This story is who I am. Yet under a sky like this, those claims soften. The stars do not confirm them. The moon does not reinforce them. The trees do not bend in agreement. Nature receives your existence kindly, but it does not build the universe around your tension. And strangely, this can feel like mercy. To be released, even for a little while, from the burden of being the central manager of every outcome. To feel that life is vast, moving, interconnected, and not dependent on your constant vigilance. To sense that worries which seemed towering in the afternoon now appear smaller, not trivial, but more proportionate, more human-sized. This is not indifference. It is perspective ripening into peace. The awakened mind is spacious in just this way, not cold, not far away, not blank but open, aware of joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame, the arising and passing of all conditions, yet not trapped by any of them. Like the sky, it allows everything to appear. Birds may cross it, clouds may gather, storms may darken it, dawn may color it, night may deepen across it. Still, the sky does not cling to what passes through. It does not say, stay forever to the clear morning, or never return to the rain. It knows how to contain without possession. Imagine what it would feel like if your own awareness could rest like that, even briefly. A thought arises, it is seen. A memory stirs, it is felt. A worry forms, it is known. But none of these need become a cage. None need define the whole field of your being. There can be room around them, room before them, room after them, room even while they are present. This room is not something you manufacture with strain. It appears when grasping eases. It has always been there, as the sky is present even when clouds seem to fill it. The moonlight on the monastery roofs seems to understand this without words. It does not cling to any one surface. It touches and moves on. One ridge of tile gleams, then another. A branch is lit for a moment, then sways back into shadow. A pale pathway shines where the clearing opens, then disappears beneath trees and appears again. Light itself seems to teach gentleness here. It does not seize. It does not insist. It reveals, then releases. If you have been holding yourself tightly, perhaps now you can loosen just a little. Not by command, but by recognition. You are not required to solve your entire life tonight. You are not required to untangle every knot in the dark. There is wisdom in allowing some questions to remain unanswered while the heart grows quiet enough to rest. There is wisdom in letting the sky be wide and letting your mind borrow that wideness. Far above, the stars continue in their patient brilliance. Some are sharp and clear. Others flicker faintly at the edge of sight. Their distances are beyond easy imagination. They shone before this night, and they will shine after it. They looked down on countless evenings before yours. on griefs once thought unbearable, on triumphs once thought everlasting, on generations who worried, hoped, loved, aged, and vanished, and still the sky remained vast. To remember this is not to make your life meaningless. It is to place it within a continuity so large that urgency loosens its grip. How many thoughts have troubled the human heart beneath these stars? How many times has fear declared itself permanent, only to fade? How many identities have seemed absolute, only to change with time, with loss, with insight, with love? The vastness above does not erase these stories, but it reveals their changing nature. What feels fixed is often passing. What feels final is often only a phase in a longer unfolding. The mind that can glimpse this becomes softer, less afraid of movement, less desperate to freeze experience into certainty. Perhaps this is why wonder can heal what argument cannot. You may reason with yourself all day and still feel burdened, but one look into a deep night sky can open something untouched by logic. The heart remembers scale, the body remembers humility. The breath lengthens without being told, and with that humble widening comes relief. You do not have to become enormous to be at peace. Sometimes peace comes through allowing yourself to be wonderfully, tenderly small beneath what is immense. Not small in the sense of being unimportant, small in the sense of being released from hard self-enclosure. Small like a leaf beneath the moon, fully itself and needing no grand declaration. Small like a hut under stars sufficient in its place. Small like one breath in a sleeping monastery, joining the countless breaths that have come before and those yet to come. This kind of smallness does not diminish you. It frees you from the exhausting effort to make every passing thought into a monument. And there is tenderness in the way the night holds this. The darkness between the stars is not hostile. It is deep, receptive, almost maternal in its stillness. The spaces between things are not empty in the way fear imagines emptiness. They are full of quiet, full of possibility, full of unspoken support. The wide sky over Jetavana does not leave the monastery exposed. It shelters it in openness. It allows every roof, every tree, every resting body to belong, without needing to justify that belonging. So if your mind brings you one last anxious thought, you might let it appear and then lift your inner gaze again. See the moon on the roofline. See the pale branch. See the narrow path washed in silver. See through the dark weave of leaves, the stars resting in their unreachable calm. Let your concern be one small movement among many. Let it be a brief sound in a much larger silence. Let it be known, and then let it stop claiming all the space. The awakened heart is not one that never feels, but one that does not cling so tightly to each passing shape. It can love without imprisonment. It can grieve without becoming only grief. It can notice fear without building a home inside fear. Spacious awareness does not harden around what it observes. It remains intimate and unbound at once. Like the night sky over the monastery, it includes everything and is possessed by nothing. As this understanding settles, even dimly, there may come a subtle easing in the place where you usually say I, me, mine. Not a frightening disappearance, not a cold emptiness, but a softening of the lines. The self that has been laboring, defending, remembering, anticipating, may rest its hands. The story may continue, but it no longer needs to be held so tightly. There can be breathing without so much ownership. There can be awareness without so much contraction. The sky grows deeper. The moon keeps watch in silence. The stars remain where they are, untouched by haste. And below them, Jetavana becomes quieter still, as if every roof, every branch, every path has surrendered to a peace too wide for words. In such depth of night, even the sense of being a separate someone can loosen gently, like a knot easing in warm water, and begin to drift into a restful, spacious ease. And now, in this widening stillness, there is one more gentle letting go. You have carried this day as far as it needs to be carried. From its first waking moment until now, you have borne its thoughts, its tasks, its moods, its small victories, its hidden disappointments, the words you spoke, the words you withheld, the things you finished, and the things still left undone. You have held together hours that asked something of you. You have answered what you could. You have moved through what came. And now, here in the deep quiet of this evening, nothing asks to be held so tightly anymore. Let the whole day come before you, not as a problem to solve, but as something already passing away. Morning has gone, afternoon has gone. Evening itself is dissolving into night. Whatever happened has already taken its place in the stream of things. It does not need to be relived. It does not need to be corrected in this moment. It does not need one more effort from you tonight. If there were duties, let them be set down now, one by one, like bundles lowered from tired arms. The duty to respond, the duty to manage, the duty to improve, the duty to hold everything together. For these few sacred moments, you may put them all aside. They will not be helped by your carrying them into sleep. The mind does not need to stand guard at the gate of the night. If there were mistakes today, let them be touched with kindness, then released. Perhaps something was said too quickly. Perhaps something was left unsaid. Perhaps you lost patience, lost courage, lost clarity for a while. Perhaps you were not the person you had hoped to be in every moment. This too belongs to being human. This too may be laid down. You do not need to rehearse your errors in the dark. You do not need to sharpen regret until it keeps you awake. Whatever can be learned will ripen in its own time. Tonight you may let even your imperfection rest. If there were hopes that rose in you today, sweet or aching, they too may be placed gently on the ground. Hopes for tomorrow, hopes for healing, hopes for understanding, hopes for someone's return, someone's change, someone's love, someone's forgiveness, hopes for your own becoming. You do not have to stop hoping forever, only loosen your hold for now. Even hope can grow tired when clenched too hard. Let it rest beside you like a folded garment. What is meant to unfold will unfold. What is not ready does not need to be forced under the moon. And all the conversations of this day, let them soften and drift away. The easy ones, the difficult ones, the ordinary exchanges that somehow linger, the imagined conversations that never happened, but continued in the mind, the replaying of tone, expression, pause, silence. Let them move farther off now, becoming like voices heard from across water, then fainter still, until they are only part of the night's great hush. You do not need to explain anything more tonight. You do not need to defend yourself anymore. You do not need to find the perfect wording now. The day of speaking is over. The quiet may hold what words could not. And the unfinished questions, those subtle companions of the late hour, may also be released. Questions about what comes next. Questions about what someone meant. Questions about whether you chose well, whether you are enough, whether things will work out, whether the heart will mend, whether life will become simpler, clearer, kinder. Let these questions rest unanswered for now. They do not all need to be solved before sleep. The mind often asks for certainty when what it truly needs is mercy. Tonight, let mercy come first. Nothing more is required of you tonight. Let those words settle slowly, as soft as dew gathering on grass in the monastery garden. Nothing more is required of you tonight. No final fixing, no final proving, no final preparation that will secure tomorrow. This moment is enough. This breath is enough. Feel that for a while. This moment as it is enough. Not because every part of life is complete, not because every wound is healed, not because every duty has vanished, but because right now, in this quiet interval between effort and sleep, enoughness does not depend on perfection. It rests here, in simple being, in breath entering, in breath leaving, in the body supported by the earth, in the night holding all things without judgment. This breath is enough. The breath you are taking now does not ask you to be wiser than you are. It does not ask you to be stronger than you feel. It does not ask for a finished self. It comes freely, gently, faithfully. asking only to be received. This one breath is enough. And then the next breath is enough. You do not need to live tomorrow tonight. You do not need to carry the whole shape of your life across this single threshold. One breath, and then another. That is all. Around you, the darkness over Jetavana deepens with tenderness. The trees stand in their quiet silhouettes, no longer busy with the movements of day. The pathways that once received footsteps now lie undisturbed beneath the night. The halls and cells are wrapped in stillness. The air itself seems to whisper that all things have their hour to be active and their hour to be still. This is the hour of stillness. This is the hour when even concern may bow its head and grow quiet. Let your memories fade as the paths of Jetavana fade into shadow. Not erased, not denied, only softened beyond the need to grasp them. Let the face of the morning dim. Let the scenes of the afternoon lose their edges. Let the concerns that seemed so near begin to recede, becoming less like commands and more like distant shapes in mist. The same darkness that now gently covers branch and roof and stone may also cover the mind with kindness. Not a frightening darkness, but a sheltering one. A darkness like a blanket spread carefully over a sleeping child. A darkness in which nothing needs to perform. If some memory still glows with feeling, do not push it away. Let it dim by itself. If some concern still circles the mind, do not chase it. Let it tire and settle. If some sorrow remains awake in you, let it be held by the night without needing to speak. Sleep does not demand that every thought disappear at once. It asks only that you stop feeding them with effort. You may rest even while a few faint echoes remain. In time, they too will pass into quiet. Imagine setting the whole day beside the path at Jetavana, as a traveler might set down a pack after a long journey. Inside that pack are all the hours, all the impressions, all the burdens you meant to carry well. You kneel beside it for a moment. You open your hands. You do not throw it away in anger. You do not cling to it in fear. You simply place it down. And as you stand again, lighter now, you realize there is nowhere else you need to go tonight. No farther road, no late task waiting under the trees. Only this gentle permission to stop striving, to stop arranging, to stop revisiting, to stop bracing, to stop becoming for a little while. There is such tenderness in this stopping. It is not failure, it is trust. Trust that life can continue its hidden work without your constant supervision. Trust that the heart may heal in silence as well as in speech. Trust that what was incomplete at sunset may remain incomplete until morning without the world coming apart. Trust that your worth does not depend on staying mentally awake to everything that is unresolved. Nothing more is required of you tonight. This moment is enough. This breath is enough. Let the repetition become like the slow tolling of a bell through the sleeping monastery. Not loud, not insistent, only steady and true. Nothing more is required of you tonight. This moment is enough. This breath is enough. If the body still holds some last hidden effort, invite it gently to release. The brow need not think so hard. The jaw need not hold. The throat need not prepare another answer. The shoulders need not bear invisible weight. The hands need not stay ready. The belly need not tighten around tomorrow. The legs need not carry you anywhere. Let the body hear what the heart is hearing. It is safe now to soften. Safe now to be carried. Safe now to drift. And if there is a part of you that hesitates, a faithful part that believes vigilance is necessary, meet it with gratitude. It has tried to protect you. It has tried to keep watch. It has stayed awake through many things. But even the watcher may rest tonight. Even the inner guardian may lower its lamp. The night at Jetavana is kind. The silence is gentle. Nothing is coming to demand another performance from you here. You are allowed to be unguarded for a while. In this way, sleep begins not as a sudden falling, but as a surrender. A loosening into something that has been waiting patiently all along. You are not being asked to disappear into emptiness, only to lean into safety, to float between prayer and sleep, between awareness and dream, where the heart no longer strains and the mind no longer reaches so far. Here, in this tender threshold, you do not need to decide anything more. You do not need to understand everything. You do not need to become anyone else before resting. The night receives you as you are. It receives the tired parts and the hopeful parts. It receives the uncertain parts and the devoted parts. It receives what was beautiful in this day and what was painful in it. It receives what you remember and what you have already forgotten. It receives the whole of it and then gently asks you to let it go. So let it go. Let the duties go. Let the mistakes go. Let the hopes go for now. Let the conversations go. Let the questions go. Let the effort go. Let the day go. Not with force, but with exhale after exhale, as a leaf lets go of the branch when the season turns. There is nothing dramatic required. No perfect state to achieve. No special feeling to manufacture. Only this gradual easing, this deep permission, this quiet descent. Above Jetavana, the moon continues its patient watch. Beneath it, the trees stand dark and peaceful. The pathways are hidden now, and because they are hidden, they ask nothing of the feet. The monastery sleeps in layers of silence. The world has grown softer at the edges. The mind may do the same. It may blur a little. It may dim a little. It may become less interested in holding form. This too is natural. This too is good. You are very close now to the tender place where thought becomes dream, where listening becomes drifting, where even these words begin to matter less. Let them matter less. Let them pass over you like the last faint breeze through the leaves. You do not need to remember them. You do not need to follow each one. If a sentence fades before it ends, let it fade. If attention slips into soft darkness, let it slip. There is nothing to miss, nothing to keep up with, nothing to do well. Nothing more is required of you tonight. This moment is enough. This breath is enough. And with the day released, with nothing left to carry, you may rest at the edge of silence, held gently by the deep and peaceful night. Now Jetavana is almost entirely asleep. The pathways that welcomed bare feet through the evening lie still beneath the trees. The halls are quiet. The gathered voices have long since faded into the kind of silence that does not feel empty, but full of all that has been heard, all that has been understood without needing to be spoken aloud. Somewhere, perhaps, one last lamp is still burning with a gentle and unhurried flame. Its light is no longer bright enough to call anyone back into wakefulness. It simply lingers, a small golden breath in the dark, before it too grows thin and soft and nearly disappears. And in that tender dimness, the presence of the Buddha seems to remain, not as a figure to be seen with the eyes, but as warmth remains in a room after a fire has quieted. Nothing insists, nothing asks for effort, yet something kind continues to be felt. A steadiness, a harmlessness, a peace that does not need to announce itself. It is simply here, as the night is here, as the earth beneath the monastery is here, as your own breathing is here. You have come a long way through this evening without needing to travel anywhere at all. You have rested beside the simple miracle of the breath, that faithful rhythm that asks so little and gives so much. In breath, there has been no demand to become anything, only the soft invitation to return. Again and again, in whatever state you found yourself, the breath has remained patient. If the mind wandered, the breath did not scold. If the heart felt heavy, the breath did not turn away. If weariness came, if feeling came, if memory stirred, the breath made room for everything and continued its quiet rising and falling. And perhaps tonight you have remembered, even if only faintly, that peace does not always arrive as a sudden change. Sometimes it begins with something as small as noticing that you are breathing and allowing that to be enough. You have also touched, perhaps, the gentle art of letting go, not forcing, not pushing life away, not denying what was felt, only loosening the hand around what does not need to be carried into the dark. The unfinished thought, the conversation that echoed too long, the small hurt, the old fear, The effort to arrange tomorrow before sleep has even come. So much of the mind's burden is made of holding, and so much of rest begins in releasing. Tonight, whether fully or only in part, you have practiced placing things down, not because they never mattered, but because for now they do not need to be held. The night can keep watch for a while. The stars can remain where they are without your care. What was unresolved may stay unresolved until morning. What was too heavy to understand may simply be set beside you, like a bundle lowered from tired shoulders. There has been room too for the truth of change, that quiet law moving through every corner of the world. The lamp burns lower, the air cools, the leaves stir and then grow still. A thought appears and fades, a feeling rises and passes. Wakefulness itself loosens its hold. Impermanence is not always something to fear. At this hour it can feel almost merciful. Because things change, pain does not remain with the same intensity forever. Because things change, tension can soften. Because things change, even a restless mind can dim into calm. Because things change, this day, with all its effort, its beauty, its mistakes, its tenderness, is allowed to end. Nothing is required to stay as it was. You do not need to preserve this day. You do not need to keep yourself alert in order to protect it. The night receives what has been lived and carries it onward. In this way, change is not only loss, it is also release. It is the reason sleep is possible. And in all of this, compassion has remained near, not as a grand idea, but as a way of holding your own human heart. There may have been moments today when you were tired beyond words, moments when you wished you had spoken differently, acted differently, felt differently. There may have been parts of yourself that seemed difficult to welcome, yet even these, especially these, can be met with a softness that does not condemn. To be human is to be unfinished. To be human is to need rest. To be human is to carry both wisdom and confusion, both goodness and weariness, and still be worthy of tenderness. Perhaps that is one of the quiet blessings of this monastery at night. Under the trees, beneath the open sky, with all things gradually surrendering to darkness, it becomes easier to stop arguing with what is fragile in you. Easier to say very simply, this too belongs. This too may be held kindly. The tiredness belongs. The uncertainty belongs. The longing belongs. The hope belongs. Nothing in you needs to be cast out before sleep will come. Sleep comes more gently when the heart not standing guard against itself. Kindness, too, has moved through this night like a hidden stream. Kindness in the imagined footsteps that slowed as evening deepened. Kindness in the quiet spaces left between words. Kindness in the permission to do nothing more. And kindness now, as you lie here at the edge of dreams, not needing to prove that you have listened well, not needing to make use of every insight. It is enough that you have arrived here. It is enough that some part of you has heard what it needed. The deeper mind knows how to receive in silence. The heart understands more than thought can explain. So let kindness extend in every direction without effort. May it touch the places in you that have been strained. May it reach the places that felt unseen. May it soften the inner voice that became too sharp. May it warm the hidden corners where fear likes to wait. May it spread even further, beyond your own body, beyond your own room, as if joining the wide and sleeping world. At Jetavana, all around you now, countless small lives rest in the darkness. Leaves fold into stillness. Birds tuck their heads beneath their wings. The earth cools. The branches hold the night without complaint. Somewhere in the monastery, someone already sleeps deeply and without trouble. Somewhere else, someone drifts in and out, learning softness one breath at a time. In this, you are not alone. To rest is not a solitary act. It is something shared by all living beings who have grown tired beneath the weight of a day. There is trust here too. Trust not in controlling the night, but in letting yourself be carried by it. Trust that the body often knows the way to sleep better than the mind does. Trust that peace does not need to be manufactured. Trust that beneath the surface movement of thought, there is already a deeper stillness waiting. Trust that even if sleep arrives slowly, rest can begin before sleep. Rest begins the moment struggle loosens. Rest begins the moment you no longer demand that this instant be different from what it is. Rest begins when you allow yourself to be supported by the bed beneath you, by the darkness around you, by the steady rhythm that continues within your chest. You do not have to cross into sleep by force. You do not have to chase it. You do not have to earn it. You may simply be received by it. As the final lamp at Jetavana burns lower, as its small circle of light softens into shadow, let the evening gather itself inside you in the simplest way. Breath has taught you how to return. Letting go has taught you how to lighten. Impermanence has taught you how to allow. Compassion has taught you how to hold what is tender. Kindness has taught you how to rest without judgment. Trust has taught you how to lean into what cannot be hurried. This is enough wisdom for one night. This is enough shelter for one heart. And if any part of you is still awake, still listening from a small bright place within the dark, let these last thoughts come close and remain only as long as they are useful. May you be free from fear tonight. May the body feel safe enough to soften. May the mind feel safe enough to loosen its grip. May the heart feel safe enough to unclench. May the breath move easily, naturally, without effort. May whatever aches in you be met with gentleness. May whatever is unresolved be allowed to rest. May whatever is lonely in you feel accompanied by the great quiet of this night. May you be held by peace within you and around you. May the peace within be like a warm ember, small but steady, untouched by the passing winds of thought. May the peace around you be like the night at Jetavana, spacious and untroubled, asking nothing, offering everything. And if peace feels distant, may you be held at least by the willingness to stop fighting. Sometimes that too is peace in its earliest form. Sometimes peace begins not as a feeling, but as permission. Permission to soften, permission to drift, permission to disappear for a while into healing darkness. The Buddha's presence now seems less like something separate from you, and more like the shape the night itself has taken, calm, watchful, immeasurably gentle, not watching in a way that judges, only in the way moonlight rests on a quiet path, only in the way a tree stands through every season, only in the way kindness remains possible. Even when no words are left, if an image still comes to you, let it be simple. A monastery sleeping beneath ancient trees, a final lamp becoming dimmer, a little warmth lingering after the flame, the dark not empty but tender, the air cool against the skin, the breath moving in and out, nothing to hold, nothing to solve. No one you must become before morning, only this resting, only this gentle fading, and if the mind reaches once more for the day, let the reaching slow. If it reaches for tomorrow, let tomorrow stay far away, beyond the horizon of sleep. If it reaches for these words, let even these words dissolve as soon as they are heard. They have done what they needed to do. They can grow quiet now. They can become part of the same hush that has covered the paths, the roofs, the leaves, the sleeping earth. The last lamp is almost gone. Soon there will be no need for image at all, no need for thought, no need even for listening. Only the soft dark, only the silent companionship of the night, only the body, breathing, only the heart, no longer trying so hard. The night is complete, the heart is quiet, and silence now carries you the rest of the way. So rest, rest without keeping watch, rest without explanation, rest as the monastery rests, rest as the trees rest, rest as the earth rests beneath everything. Let the darkness be kind. Let the stillness be enough. Let each breath be a small step downward into ease, into depth, into the sweet unknown where all effort loosens and all edges blur. Here, at the far end of the evening, nothing more needs to be said. Nothing more needs to be understood. Even blessing can become silence now. And so, very gently, let everything become quieter still, quieter than the last leaf moving, Quieter than the fading lamp, quieter than thought, quieter than memory, quieter even than these final words. Until the teachings, the night air, and your breathing are no longer separate, until all is one unbroken field of peace.